In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to build an entire Reddit clone using TypeScript, React, and a fantastic backend known as Convex. Now we'll look at the backend later on because I'm sure some of you haven't heard of this before, but for now I want to give you a quick demo of the project. Keep in mind this is going to be a full-scale clone. We're going to implement a ton of different features. This is going to be a very long video, but I promise you you're going to learn a ton and you're going to have a fantastic project built by the end of this that you can extend and make something really interesting that you could definitely put on your resume. So anyways, I'm here on Reddit, okay? This is my version. Obviously, we don't have a ton of content because, well, Reddit relies on many different users, but on the home page, you can see that we have, for example, a trending today category where we show the posts with the most upvotes. In this case, there's just one because I just made one before recording this video, but we can click into a user. We can see all of the posts from that user, including things like different images. If we click into one of the posts and there's some comments, we can see the various comments. We can click into maybe a different user here, Python programmer, and we can see all of the subreddits as well. So for example, we have this r/Dubai subreddit, right? We can search up here in Dubai. So I just moved, and you can see this post pops up and we can click into it. If we go back to the home page, we can search for maybe another subreddit like electrical. You can see that we have one here. No comments or comments on this post. So we can go inside here. We can say, okay, let's write a comment on this post. And we can click into our own user. We can make a new community, or we can make a new post if we're in a subreddit. There's probably something else that I'm missing. We also have upvoting and downvoting. And the point is there is a lot of different features here. We also have the ability to log in or log out. So if I sign out here, for example, see, it brings me back to the home page. I can still view everything, but I just can't like leave a comment, for example, because I'm not signed in. So that is the basics on our Reddit clone. I'm sure many of you have used Reddit before, so you probably know how it works, but this is super interesting, definitely a complicated project that I'm excited to share with you. So now I want to walk you through kind of the technology that we'll be using, and then we'll get into the code and start writing this. So as I mentioned, for this video, we're going to be using TypeScript and React for the front end, and we're going to be using Convex for the back end. Now, I've teamed up with Convex for this video, but they've been an absolute pleasure to work with because Convex is not just a database. It actually replaces the entire back end of your application and allows you to write it in TypeScript. So you can see some of the features that it has here, but it is an ACID-compliant database, contains vector search, file storage, uploading images, etc., automatic caching, and a ton of other great features. Now you'll learn more about how this works as we go through the video, but Convex is extremely fast and also real time. That means that we don't really need to write our own client state management anymore. We can just directly rely on this Convex backend and database to automatically keep everything up to date and sync. So unlike other sites you've used where you might need to refresh to see an update or to see something like a vote change or a new comment, when you use a Convex site, everything will just in real time automatically be updated. So if I had two versions of my Reddit clone there, two different users, one on the left side, one on the right side, and one user makes a comment, the other user will just see that appear immediately without us having to add any other extra logic or polling or any webhooks or advanced stuff like that. It just works out of the box. This is actually written in Rust. It's open source. The people that wrote this were extremely experienced engineers, very technical, and well, they designed it to kind of solve all of the issues that they were having with traditional backends. Now we'll talk more about Convex as we go through, but the point is this is what we're going to use for the backend and the database. If you've never used it before, I promise you're going to really enjoy it because I know I did while I was building out this project. Anyways, what we're going to do is get started here using React. So we're just going to follow the Convex quick start guide. The documentation is very good, so you can just look at that if you want. I'll link it in the description. But of course, as this is a long tutorial, I will walk you through everything on my end. So I've opened VS Code. We have the React quick start guide open, and we're actually just going to follow along with some of the longer steps here because the quick start adds a bunch of code that we don't need. So I don't want to make you delete all of it. We'll just kind of write what we need. So I'm going to copy this first command here, which just creates a blank React application for us. And I'm going to paste this in my terminal in VS Code, noticing that I'm on the desktop. Now what I'm going to change is the name of the app to say Reddit because we're creating a Reddit clone. And then I'm going to hit enter. Now this is going to create a new React Vite application for us. So let's go yes. And you can see now it tells us what we need to do, cd into Reddit, npm install, etc. Now because I've done this, I'm just going to open the folder in VS Code. So I'm going to open up Reddit here, and you can see that now we have all of our code. Now the next step is to install some dependencies. So let's bring our terminal back open again. And what we're going to do is type npm install, and then Convex like so. Okay, so now that that's installed, we're going to install a few other dependencies here as well. So I'm just going to paste this in. By the way, I have a guide as a part of the GitHub for this project. So if you go to the GitHub, I'll leave the link in the description. You'll see that I have this steps.markdown file. Now, it's not extremely detailed. It's more just for myself, actually, just so I can kind of explain and walk you through everything that we're doing. So we're doing this step, then that step, because there's a lot of stuff in this project. But you'll see some of the main commands and stuff in this file if you want to look for that. So anyways, what I'm doing is copying in npmi, save dev, types node, clerk backend, svx, create router DOM, React router DOM, and React icons, okay? And we'll go back to this quick start guide. So I'm going to paste that in because we need those dependencies specifically for things like navigation and some nice icons for our project. And then once that is done, we'll move on to the next steps. So now that all of our packages are installed, what we're going to do is configure our backend. Now the Convex backend is going to live directly inside of this project in kind of like a mono repo structure, which also means that it's very easy for us to sync types between the front end and the back end, which is one of the things that I really appreciate about Convex. Anyways, to create the backend and kind of set this up, because right now we just have a regular React project, we're going to type npx convex and then dev. Now what this is going to do is create a directory in our folder, which I'll show you in 1 second. But first it should prompt you to sign in with GitHub. So just go ahead and do that. If you don't already have a Convex account, you can just make one from the Convex site. You can go here and just log in or get started with GitHub. Anyways, I am going to go on create a new project, which you will see as well once you're signed in with GitHub. And then I'm going to call this Reddit. Okay, and we're going to create a new Convex project. Now, what this is going to do here, this is going to create the project in our Convex dashboard. It's going to give us a few variables to be able to connect to that. And you're going to see that it makes this Convex folder in our directory. Now this Convex folder is where our backend is going to live. It's where we can put all of the things like our functions, our database schema. And again, because it lives right here in the same project as our front end, it means it's really easy for us to actually connect to the backend, use the various functions, and know what types are expected in and out of the different operations we're doing in the backend. So now everything is created, and you're going to see that this env.local file has been made for you. Now this contains kind of the connection strings for your Convex backend, because what will happen is this is automatically going to be deployed for us in the cloud. So we can just keep this npx convex dev command running in the background, and anytime we make a change to the backend folder, it's going to automatically rebuild the backend. It's going to put that in this generated folder for us, and then it's going to push that up and deploy that in the cloud for free. Again, we don't need to pay for this, and that's going to allow us to use the backend from our front end. So this is just kind of running in like a dev environment right now. And again, anytime we make a change, it will automatically deploy that for us. Okay, sweet. So now that we've done that, what I'm going to do is just make this full screen, and I'm going to split the terminal, and I'm just going to run my front end to ensure that this is working. So this command, the npx convex dev, kind of runs the back end, and then to run the front end, we can do npm and then just run dev, because that's how it works with Vite and React. Now you'll see that it's going to be running on port 5173. So if I hit Control and click on that, should open that in my browser, and you can see here that we have Vite plus React running. We have kind of the default template showing up. So I'm going to leave that in the background, and now we're going to move on and start setting up our project. Okay, so the backend is configured, the front end is running, and what we want to do now is we want to start setting up authentication. So for this application, obviously we need to be able to sign in and sign out, and to do that, we're going to use Clerk. Now, if you haven't heard of Clerk before, this is a really modern kind of authentication platform that makes it very easy to handle auth, gives you an authentication dashboard, you can manage roles, users, etc. So we're going to do that, and that's going to integrate nicely with React here and with Convex. So actually, let's go back to split screen here, because there is some documentation that we're going to follow along with in order to do this a little bit easier. So you can see that we have this Convex and Clerk docs page. Again, I'll link this in the description. It'll also be linked in the guide. And what we're going to do is begin by kind of getting started here, setting up Clerk. So step one is sign up for Clerk. So let's click on that and make a new account. I'm just going to sign in with GitHub because I believe I already have a GitHub account with Clerk, and then I'm going to make a new project. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to create a new application once we're signed in. So you should see something up here that allows you to create a new app. For you, it might prompt you to make one if this is a new account. And then what we're going to do is just specify the way that we want people to be able to sign in. Now, to keep this super simple, I'm just going to allow them to sign in with their email, just so that I don't need to configure anything with Google or the other authentication providers, but feel free to check anything that you want here. Now, for the application name, I'm just going to call this Reddit, and I'm going to go to create app. So from here, it's going to give us a few quick start guides. We don't need to follow along with those. Instead, what we're going to do is just go to configure here at the top, and we're going to configure a new JWT template like it says in Convex. So to do that, we can go to JWT templates under session management, and we're going to make a new template. And for the template, we're going to go with Convex because they have kind of an integration with each other, right? Okay, so from here, we don't need to change anything. All we're going to do is just copy the issuer URL here, and then click on save, okay? Just to save the JWT template. So now we have it, it's called Convex. It doesn't need to be called Convex, so make sure that you don't change that name. Okay, now we can close Clerk, or we can just leave it in this tab here. And what we're gonna do now is go back to our documentation, okay? And we're gonna go into the Convex folder, and we're gonna make a new file called auth.config.ts, okay? Now this is just how we're gonna link our backend to Clerk. Okay, so from here, we're gonna copy in this convex.auth.ts configuration code. So just copy that here. Again, I'll link this documentation in the description, and we're gonna replace the domain here with our issuer URL. So we're gonna have to go back here to Clerk to find that. So I'm gonna click into this and copy my issuer URL and just paste that. Now, if you wanna have different versions of this for dev, production, etc., you can use an environment variable. And in my case, I'm just gonna copy in the link directly from Clerk just to keep it a little bit simpler for now. Okay, so now that should be it. Let's go back to the guide, and it's gonna say that now what we need to do is deploy our changes. Okay, so let's go back up. All right, let's go back here to the left terminal where we are running Convex, and I'm just gonna rerun this command and deploy the changes and make sure everything's updated. Okay, so it looks like that is working. Now what I'm gonna do is just stop the back end again with Control-C. I'm gonna stop the front end as well. I'm gonna move on to the next step, which tells me to install @Clerk and Clerk React. So it doesn't really matter where I run this, but I'm gonna do npm install @Clerk/Clerk-React, just so that we have some of the components that we need in our front end for handling the authenticated users, etc. Okay, so that is up to step 6. Again, all I'm doing is just following along with this docs. And then the next step is to get the Clerk publishable key. So on the Clerk dashboard in the API keys section, copy the publishable key. Okay, so let's go here. So we're in configure. We will go to API keys here, and then there should be publishable key. Yes, perfect. So I'm going to copy the publishable key, and let's see what it wants us to do with that. We're going to be using that inside of the main.tsx file. Okay, perfect. So let's go back here. Let's go now into source and then main.tsx. Now we're going to connect the front end to Clerk. We've done the back end, but now it's time for the front end. So I'm just going to make a variable down here. Just key is equal to this. Don't worry, this doesn't need to be valid code. I'm just going to use this later on, so I don't need to copy it again. And I'm going to copy the contents of source main.tsx, and I'm just going to override what I have inside of here. Then I'm going to take my publishable key, and I'm just going to paste that where it says publishable key. Okay, so for the Clerk provider, we're just going to paste that in. Again, you can use an environment variable if you want, but I'm just putting it in here. Okay, perfect. So now it says that we are using the vt convex URL, which comes from our env.local file. Okay, very good. We have our publishable key, and we've just wrapped our app in the Convex and Clerk provider. So now we're able to connect to the backend as well as to the Clerk provider for authentication. And now we should be good to proceed to the next steps. Now here, it's going to give us some information on how to show authentication state, sign in users, get current user information. But I'm actually going to show you how to do this slightly differently because we're going to have a bit more of an advanced setup than it's giving us right here. Okay, so the setup is close to being completed. There are a few more things that we need to do, but what we're going to do now is go into Convex, and I'm going to start explaining to you the backend schema. So go into the Convex folder, and we just close everything else here. And we're going to make a new file called schema.ts. Now this is where we can define what the back end of our application is going to look like, and we're going to begin by just defining the users table or the users collection. Now in Convex, we store JSON-like objects, so something similar to like a document if you're familiar with something like NoSQL, but we can still have a strict schema that enforces the different fields and values that we have inside of the collection. So it's kind of a best of both worlds where we can have a strict schema as well as having a flexible database that can change over time and kind of works in that document fashion that you might have seen before. Anyways, in order to define our schema, what we're going to do is begin by saying import define schema, and then we're also going to import the define table from the convex / and then this is going to be server. Okay, we then are going to import v from, and this is going to be convex / values so that we can define the different types of our fields. Now inside of this file, all I have to do is say export default and then define schema. And then inside of this define schema function, I can just write my schema as a kind of JSON or JavaScript object. Now we're going to begin by just defining our users. So obviously for our application, we want to have some users. We want to store that in our database because we're going to have some relations to them. For example, users will make posts, users will maybe create a subreddit, or they'll have a comment, right? We have some kind of relationship. So we're going to say users, and then this is going to be equal to define table. And then inside of this define table function, same thing, we pass an object that defines the fields we want on this table. Now for our users, we want to have a username, which is going to be v.string, and we want an external ID, and this is going to be v.string as well. Now, basically what's going to happen is that since we're using Clerk, Clerk will automatically handle the users for us. It will store their email, it will store when they're created, it can store a lot of different fields for us, but we want to have the users kind of replicated in our Convex database as well, so that we can use them for various relationships and get maybe information about other users' usernames, etc. So what we're doing is kind of creating a limited version of what we would normally store for our users in this database so that we have it directly in Convex. Again, that's because Clerk is managing all of the users for us, but we want to have some information about the users directly in Convex so we can have things like relationships with this users table, okay? Now, what we're going to do after this is we're going to define an index. Now, if you're unfamiliar with an index, this is just a way that allows you to quickly look up information on a table based on a field or a column. So in our case, we're going to create an index by the external ID and by the username so that when we're searching for users, it's very fast to find them and we don't need to read through the entire table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my first index, and what we put in the string here is the name of the index. So I'm going to say by external ID. And then I'm going to specify the field that I want this index to be on, which is going to be external ID. And notice there, I spelled external wrong, and it actually gives me a type error because it sees that external ID is not on the defined table, right? So this is actually another advantage of Convex. It's very strict with the typing, which means that you don't write very buggy code. At least that's my experience with it. Okay, next we're going to make another index. You can have multiple indexes on the same table, that's fine. And this is going to be by username, same thing, allowing me to search for a user by their username. Now the field that this will be on is the username, and I'm just going to format this. Okay, let me just configure this with prettier so that it looks a little bit nicer. Okay, so we've defined this users table, we have a username, and this external ID is actually going to be pointing to the ID of the user within Clerk. So this is going to allow us to kind of connect the users from our Convex database to the Clerk database, but there are a few more steps now to get the users from Clerk into Convex. Now I understand this is going to be a little bit confusing, but just bear with me. Once we get through this, the rest is a lot easier to understand. I just want to get the hard setup out of the way. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go back, and I'm going to split my window so now I can look at this new piece of documentation, which is storing users in the Convex database. Now, as it says here, if you're using Convex auth, so we're using Clerk auth actually, but what we want to do is we might want to store user information directly in our Convex database for the following reasons. Your functions need information about other users, not just the currently logged in user, which we do because we need to know the username of other users, and your functions need access to information other than the fields available in the OpenID Connect JWT. Okay, don't worry about that. There are two ways you can choose from storing the information. We can have the client call a mutation. This means the client will call a function which will essentially create this in our database, or we can implement a webhook, which is what we're going to do. So using the webhook means that anytime we make a change to a user in Clerk, so whether we're creating it, deleting it, etc., we're going to call a function in our Convex backend, which is going to pick up that change and adjust this user's table. So we're going to scroll down on this page to where it says set up webhooks. Okay, so this guide will use Clerk, but you can use OAuth 0 as well. And then it's going to start going through what we need to do. So on the Clerk dashboard, go to the webhooks, click on plus, and add an endpoint. So again, let's bring Clerk over here. We are going to go to webhooks, okay, and we're going to press on add endpoint. Now for the endpoint, this needs to be our deployment name .convex.site /clerk users webhook. So let's copy this for now, okay, and let's paste this, and then let's go find our deployment name, which we can find from our env.local file. So if we go back here, sorry, I know there's a lot of windows we're going through here, and we go to env.local, you can see that we have this. This is our deployment name, descriptive axolot 94 or whatever that is. Okay, we're going to copy that, and we're just going to paste that here, kind of the base of that URL. Okay. So that's fine. Then what do we need to do? Then it says in message filtering, select user for all user events. Okay, so let's go and find user. Okay, we're just going to check that. So now we do created, created at, updated, deleted, etc. That's what we want for this webhook. And then I believe we are good to press on create. Okay, perfect. Now what we need to do is copy this signing secret. Notice it tells us that after the endpoint is saved, copy the signing secret. It should start with this and set it as value Clerk webhook secret environment variable in your Convex dashboard. Okay, so we're going to copy the signing secret. Obviously, don't leak this to anyone. I'm just sharing it with you for this video. And now we need to go to the Convex dashboard. Now to go to the Convex dashboard, we need to go on the internet and type Convex dashboard. There's actually another way to open this, but we're just going to go back to the Convex site. We're going to sign in to our account here, and then we're going to be able to find our project, and I'll show you where we add this value. All right, so we're going to press on our project. I have two, but Reddit is the one that we're using here. Okay, now we're going to go to settings. We're going to go to environment variables, and we're going to make a new variable with the Clerk webhook secret. So our value is going to be the one that we just copied. And then Clerk webhook secret, if I could speak properly here, is going to be the name. Now we need this in order for Convex to be able to work with Clerk properly here for the webhook. Okay, then it says optional users table schema. Notice that we already defined the schema, right? So rather than using name, we use username, and then we have the external ID there, which maps back to the kind of Clerk user. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to copy some values that we see here. So what we're going to do is go back to VS Code. Okay, we're going to go into Convex, and we're going to make a new file called users.ts. Now this is going to contain some mutations. Mutations are what can be called to actually modify data in the Convex database that will be used in order to, well, update the user from Clerk. So we're just going to copy this and paste all of this in. Okay, now you'll see that we have, for example, current. This is a function which is a query. This means we're kind of getting information from the database, which can give us the current user. We have upsert from Clerk. This is an internal mutation which can update users in the database if they don't already exist. We have delete from Clerk, so we can delete users. We can get the current user or throw an error. We can try to get the current user and not throw an error. And then we have this function user by external ID, which can grab a user by its external ID. Now it's giving us some issue here. It says external ID is not assignable to parameter of type never. I'm not sure why we're getting that. We may need to just run our Convex app again for this to be fixed. But if we go to schema, we can see that I think we typed by external ID correctly. Yes, we did. So I believe once we rerun the Convex backend here, then all of that is going to work properly. Anyways, you don't need to worry too much about this code, but pretty much this is what's required in order to get the user information into Convex. Okay, then we need to copy in this http.ts file. So we're going to make a new file in Convex http.ts. Same thing. copy all of this. You don't need to worry too much about this, but what we're doing is creating kind of a public HTTP endpoint that can be used by Clerk. So Clerk will send a request to this endpoint on our Convex backend. It will then pick up the information it needs and use the various mutations that we have defined here in order to update the database and have our users added. Okay, I know that was a lot, but I promise that is like the most complicated stuff that we need to do, just getting the authentication out of the way. And now that we've done that, everything is good. Let's just run our Convex backend again, just to make sure that this works. And then we can continue and actually write some more front-end code. Okay, so npx convex dev, just running this, and it's giving an issue with user attributes. So let me look at this and see why this is wrong. All right, so I found the issue here. Because we're going to store the user's username and not their name, we need to make a slight modification in this users.ts file. So that rather than having name up here in our user attributes, we have username. Okay, so if we change that, we should now see that the red lines go away and actually everything looks good now. And you can see that we're able to deploy this automatically since that change, and now we're not getting any errors. Okay, sweet. So now the backend is working and that is all good. And the next thing we're going to do is move on to setting up pages and navigation. So again, we've set up the authentication now. All of this will work when we start creating the different views in our front end for signing in, signing out, etc. But in order to do that, we want to have some navigation and some pages for our application. Specifically, we're going to have something like a home page. We're going to have a page to view a post, to view a user's profile, to submit a new post. We're going to have a page for viewing the subreddits. So let's start stubbing those out so we know the different components that we'll have and then handling navigation between them. So we're going to make a new folder and I'm going to call this pages. While we're at it, we'll make another new folder and we'll just call this components. And actually, let's make another one just called styles so that we get all the folders out of the way. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go into pages and we're just going to make some new files for the different pages that we'll have. So we're going to have a homepage.tsx. Okay, this is obviously going to represent the homepage. And for now, let's just make a simple function called const homepage is equal to the following. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Inside of here, we can just return a simple fragment that just says homepage. We can make this a div so that we don't get yelled at. And then we can just export default home page. Okay, I'm just going to copy this and we're going to kind of do the same thing, just stubbing our other pages. So as well as the home page, we're going to have a post page. Okay, here we're going to call this post page like that. We're going to make this post page and post page. Okay, we're going to have another one. This is going to be the profile page. Okay, this is going to be like for any user's profile, whether it's ours or a public user. For this, we're going to change the name to be profile page, change this to say profile page, and then same thing here, profile page. We've got two more. We're going to have the submit page. This is going to be for like making a new post. So let's change this again to submit page, and submit page. And then lastly, we're going to have the subreddit page, okay, .tsx, and inside of here, we'll change this to subreddit, and same thing, make this subreddit page. Okay, so now we have our 5 pages, and what we want to do is actually just copy all of the styling that we're going to have for this website into the application. Now for this tutorial, I don't want to make you go through the pain of writing thousands of lines of CSS, so I'm just going to get you to copy all of the styles that I've already written. Of course, you can adjust them and change them if you want, but this really isn't meant to teach you CSS, so I think this is totally fine. So what I've done is I've provided a GitHub linked in the description. Let me get out of this because I don't think we need that anymore. And it's right here. Okay, now in the GitHub, if you just go back to the main page, you'll see that we have a SRC folder. And then inside of here, we have a styles folder. Now there are a lot of different styles for all of the different components that we have. So please just copy all of these and paste them inside of styles directory here. Now the easiest way to do that is going to be just to download the entire code. So all of this, if you just go to the GitHub, you can just go code and you can download it as a zip folder, or you can clone it if you know how to do that. And then you can just go in, grab the styles folder and just replace the styles folder here with all of those styles. Okay, so I'm going to do that myself. I have the code locally on my computer, so I'm just going to paste all of them in here. And you can see that if you scroll through here, some of them are kind of short, but some of them have quite a few styles. So obviously this is going to save us probably hours of coding in CSS. Okay, so all of those styles have now been imported: app, comment, create, community, etc. And what we should probably do is just go into our pages and just import some of the styles so that we don't forget to do that, because we've already stubbed these components. So if we go to the subreddit page, for example, we're just going to import the styles. So we can say import ... and then styles / and then this is the subreddit page .css. Okay, and then we'll save that. Same thing, we can do that for the submit page. So import ... styles / submit page .css. Same thing for the profile page. We can just say import ... styles / submit page .css. Same thing for the post page. Import ... styles / post page .css. And then for the home page, we actually don't have any styles because this is going to be quite simple, so we don't need to import anything here. At least let me check. Yeah, I don't think we have anything for home. Yeah, we do not, so we don't need to import that. Okay, so now that we have our pages stubbed, what we're going to do is we're going to start working on the navigation. Now for the navigation, we're going to need some kind of navbar. So what we're going to do is just make a navbar component, okay? So we're going to say navbar.tsx like this. And for the navbar, same thing, we're just going to stub it. If you don't know what stubbing means, it just means we're kind of writing the skeleton of the component, but we're not actually implementing it yet. So here, we're going to go inside and we're going to say const navbar is equal to a function, and we're just going to return some fragment, and then we're going to say export default navbar, and while we're here, we'll just import the styles. So we'll say import ... styles / navbar.css. Okay, so now we have the navbar. The next thing we're going to do is inside of components is we're going to write a layout component. Now the layout component is just going to handle rendering the navbar for us and the rest of the layout of our site. And then we're going to write the app.tsx component, which is going to contain all of the navigation between our different pages. I know there's a lot of setup, guys. Just bear with me, please. And then we will kind of be able to write some more concrete code, which you can see and test immediately. We just need to get the setup out of the way. So inside of layout, what we're going to do is say import. We're going to import something called outlet from, and this is the React router DOM that we installed earlier. We're also then going to import the navbar from our navbar component that we just wrote. Okay, now this is going to be quite simple, but again, this is just defining kind of like the layout of our site. And the layout is just going to be that we have the navbar and then we have all of the content beneath the navbar. That's it. So we just want a component for that so that we can render the pages kind of within this layout. So what we're going to do is we are going to return, and we will return here a div, and we're going to say the class name is equal to app-container. Okay. And then inside of here, we're going to render the navbar. Okay. And then beneath the navbar, we're going to have a div. The div is going to have a class name, which is equal to the main-content. And then we're going to have our outlet. Now the outlet just renders a page. So you can see it says renders the matching child root of a parent root, or nothing if no child root matches. It's just a fancy way of saying, hey, whatever page we're on, we're going to render that inside of here. So what we're going to be doing is using this layout component from our app component where we have the main navigation set up. Okay, then I'm going to say export default and then layouts like that. So we can now use this component. All right, so now finally time to actually render some of these pages so we can test it out. So we're going to go inside of app.tsx. Let me make this a little bit larger, and we're just going to delete everything that we have here because we don't need any of this. Okay, even app.css, I think we can remove that as well, actually, and we're going to change the import to be ... styles / app.css. And we'll just take this existing app.css and just delete that because we don't need that one. We'll just use the one that I already have inside of styles. Okay, so now we have the styles for app.tsx, and what we want to do is set up our navigation. So we're doing the navigation with React router DOM. So we're going to start importing all of the components that we need for that. So we're going to say import the browser, if we could spell this correctly, router. We're going to import routes. Okay, we're going to import root, and we're going to import navigation like that, or actually navigate. Now below that, I'm going to import layout from dot slash components slash layout. Then I'm going to import homepage, and we're just going to import all of the pages so that we can use them. Okay. Then we're going to import the profile page. Then we are going to import the subreddit page. Then we are going to import the submit page. And then we're going to import the post page. And I think that's all of the pages that we need. Yes, looks like it. Okay, so now that we have that, we can start setting up the navigation, which will be quite simple. So we're going to return a browser router, which we need to wrap everything in order to use our different routes. We're then going to render our routes. This is the newest way to do it in the newest version of React Router DOM. Okay, so now we're going to define a route. This is actually going to encapsulate all of the other routes that we have. And this is going to say path is equal to slash. And we're going to say element is equal to, and then this is going to be our layout. Now you may not have seen this before, but what we're going to do is we're going to put our other routes or routes, whatever you want to call them, inside of here. And the way that this will work is that we're going to render these routes inside of this. So we're always going to be rendering the layout, and then whatever route we're inside of will be rendered in the outlet component. So we'll go inside of this main content. So it just makes everything a little bit simpler for us in terms of how we can render this. So anyways, for this route here, we're going to start by defining one as the index, which is the default one to go to. And we're going to say element is equal to, and then this is going to be home page. So if you just go to slash, then we're going to go to this because this is the index, and that means we're going to go to the home page. Now we're going to have some more routes, and some of them are going to be a bit more dynamic because we're going to be rendering, for example, subreddits, users, posts, etc. So what we're going to do is say path is equal to, and we're going to say inside of a set of quotes that this is going to be r/: subreddit name. Okay, and now when we do the colon, this specifies that we have a variable. So in this case, we have a variable which is subreddit name, and we're going to say the element, if we get outside of the quotes here, is equal to, and then this is going to be the subreddit page. Okay, so let's render not the submit page, the subreddit page. Okay, now let's have another route. For this route, we're going to have a path again, and we're going to do u/, so for a user, and this is going to be colon username. So if you go to any username, which this again means a variable, then what we're going to do is we're going to render and this is going to be the profile page, I believe. Yes, it will be profile page. And actually, before we go further, we're going to have another route up here. We're going to have a bunch more actually. This is going to be r/, and then this is going to be subreddit name, and then /submit. Now what I'm specifying here is that, hey, if you want to make a post within a subreddit, you should be in the subreddit already, and then you go to /submit. So that's what we're doing. We're going to say element is equal to, and this is going to be the submit page. Okay, we already have the profile page. The next thing we need is for posting. So we're going to say route, and then the path is going to be equal to, and then this is going to be post / and then let's fix this here. We're going to have a variable post ID. So if you want to view a Reddit post, you just need to go post / and then whatever the ID is. We're going to say the element is equal to the post page. Okay. And then lastly, we're going to have route, and let's just make this self-enclosed. And we are going to have path is equal to *, which means if you go to anything else that is not defined here, we're going to say the element is equal to, and we're going to render a navigate element, and we're going to say 2 is equal to /, and we're going to say replace, which means replace the current path. Okay, so all we're saying is, hey, if you go to anything that we haven't yet defined up here, it means that it's an invalid route. So what we're going to do is just redirect you to the homepage. Okay, so I think that is it for our app. Let's just format this so it looks a little bit cleaner. And now we can actually run our front end and we can test and make sure that this is working. So we're going to say npm run dev. Let me just clear this first so that you guys can see the command. That's going to rerun the front end for us. We can open it up. We're getting an issue here saying failed to resolve import styles app.css from source app.tsx. Does the file exist? It's because we have 2 /, but really it's just be / because we're looking in the directory in the same directory as us, not one beneath. So let's go back here And you can see that now this is working, but the styles are looking a little bit messed up clearly. Okay, so I believe to fix these, there's actually one CSS file that I forgot to modify, and that is the index.css file. So all we're gonna do is just go back to the GitHub repo. We're gonna go to source and then find that index.css. And you can just copy all of the contents inside of here. Okay, I didn't mean to zoom out. And then we can just paste it inside of index.css. And now if we go back, you'll see, let me close this one here. It looks a little bit better, still a little bit messed up, but that's okay because we don't have any contents. But now we can just test to make sure this is working. For example, if I go to /r/programming, you can see that we go to the subreddit page. If we go to /submit, we go to the submit page. If we go to /u/Tim, brings us to the profile page. What else? If we go to what else did we have? /post/123. We go to the post page, okay? So the navigation is working. That's really all we wanted to set up for now. And now we're gonna move on to actually writing the authentication components and completing that nav bar so that we don't need to navigate like this. We can navigate from the navigation bar. Okay, so let's get out of all of this. Let's go into navbar and let's write the navbar so that we're able to now sign in and sign out and use that authentication that we spent so long setting up. All right, so we're in navbar, and what we're going to be doing in here is just writing some different components for viewing, for example, the user's profile. We're going to have a search bar at some point. We're going to have the ability to sign in and sign out. We'll have something like the Reddit logo. So let's get that out of the way. So we're going to go up to the top of our program here, and we're going to say import FA+. We're going to import FA Reddit. These are going to be the icons that we use. Let's make sure this is FA, and then FA user. Okay, and we're going to say that's going to be from React and then icons/FA. Okay, then we're going to import some of the authentication buttons. So we're going to have the sign in button. Okay, that's going to come from Clerk React. We're then going to have the user button, and we're going to have the use user hook, which will give us information about the current user in our front end. We then are going to import the authenticated and the unauthenticated from, and this is going to be Convex/React. Okay, we can use these to determine if we are authenticated or unauthenticated, and we can render dynamically inside of those components. We're then going to import link and use navigate from React router DOM, and we're going to import use state. Okay, so import use state from React. So we're going to begin by making a navbar component. So we're going to have nav and /nav, but before that, I actually just want to bring in some of the hooks that we're going to use. So we're going to say const user is equal to use user. Now this is the hook that comes from Convex, I believe actually, no, sorry, from Clerk, and that's going to tell us the current user. So whether they're signed in or not, and if they are signed in, it's going to give us information about their email, their name, anything that Clerk is storing for us. Okay, then we're going to have const navigate is equal to use navigate so that we can have some navigation in the navbar. Okay, so for our navbar, we're going to give this a class name equal to navbar. Okay, we're then going to have some different sections. So the first section, we're going to have a div, and this is going to contain the Reddit logo. So in the div, we're going to have class name equal to, and then this is going to be navbar dash content. Inside of the div, we're going to make a link. Okay, the link is going to go to the homepage, and we're going to give this a class name equal to logo dash link. Inside of the link, we're going to have a div. This is going to have a class name equal to the logo dash container because it's going to store our logo. And then we're going to render the FA Reddit logo that we imported from above. Now we need to give this a class name as well. So we're going to say class name is equal to Reddit dash logo. And then we're going to have a span, and the span is going to have class name equal to site dash name, and we're going to have the name of Reddit. Okay, let's just format this quickly. So now if we look at the navbar, so actually let's go back and quickly have a look at it. You can see we have Reddit and we have the logo. It's not showing up in the correct color for some reason, so maybe I spelt it incorrectly, or we need to continue adding some CSS, but you can see that we do have Reddit popping up. So I just found I've got to change logo to icon actually. So if we change it to icon and we go back now, you can see now we have Reddit and we have the correct sized icon. Perfect. So let's continue with the nav bar. Now, what we want to have is after the link, I do want to have a search bar, but we don't have the component yet. So for now, we're going to bring in the nav actions. So we're going to say div class name is equal to nav dash actions. And also I'm just going to put a div here as a placeholder. We'll just put inside of here search bar, just so we can see where the search bar would show up based on the styling. But after, obviously, we will implement a real search bar. Okay, so we're going to have nav actions. Now we're going to put the unauthenticated component. Now, if you're unauthenticated, that means that we should show you the sign in button, right? Okay, so we're going to show you sign in button. Actually, let's go with another sign in button. We can specify the mode here. So I want to say the mode is modal, so it doesn't bring you to a new page. And then we're going to have a button. The button is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be equal to sign in button, and it's going to say sign in. Okay, let's format that. Now let's move to the authenticated. Okay, now for authenticated, we're going to have div. We're going to have class name is equal to the drop down container. Okay, now if you are authenticated, what's going to happen is I'm going to give you an option. So I'm going to give you the ability to open a dropdown. And in that dropdown, we're going to have the ability to create a community or to make a new post based on the current page that you're on. So I'm going to stub this because we're not able to write all of it right now, but we're going to have a button. This is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be icon dash buttons, and it is going to have an on click. Okay, now this on click, we're going to write in 1 second, but for now, we're going to put as the button content, this FA plus icon. Okay, so in the dropdown container, we're going to have this button. Then in this div after this button, we're actually going to have the dropdown menu. I don't have that component written yet, so I can't show it to you this second. Then here, I'm just going to leave a comment and say, actually forget, you need to do the comments like this, that this will be a dropdown container. So pretty much this button, when you press it, will trigger a dropdown, which will give you a few different options, but we need to write that dropdown container, so we can't display it yet. Okay, now after that div, we're gonna have another button. Okay, this button is gonna be class name, and this is gonna be icon dash button. Okay, and actually this one should be button as well, not buttons. Then we're gonna have an on click here. I'm gonna say on click is equal to, and this is going to be the user's profile. So what we can do is say user question mark dot username, okay, and navigate, and then we can navigate to the user's username. So to navigate there, we're going /u $, and then user dot username. So what I'm saying, hey, is if you press this button, we're going to go, if the user has a username, we're going to navigate to their profile. If not, then obviously we're not going to do anything because of how this works, but we really shouldn't even be showing this unless they're authenticated, so they should have a username. Okay, then we're going to have title is equal to view profile like that, and we're going to have an FA user icon here. Okay, so let's format that. Now, beneath this button, we're going to display the user button, which comes from Clerk, and I think that will be everything. So we have like a separate button here, which will allow us to view the user's profile. Then we have the user button, and this is something that will allow you to sign in, sign out, etc. from Clerk. We then have this, which will trigger a dropdown, which will allow you to create a community or to make a post if you're in a subreddit. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, so now looks like this is working. So we should be able to sign in. So you can see sign into Reddit, enter your email address. But before we do that, I actually want to quickly open up Clerk, and I want to configure it to allow us to create a username as well. So if we go into our Clerk project, I just opened it up here and we go to configure, we can actually check this username option just under email, phone, username, and now it's going to have usernames. So they'll be able to create that, which we want because we want usernames for our Reddit application. Okay, so I'm going to go sign in. I'll actually change this to sign up. Now you see it has username, email, password. So let me fill in these details. It is actually going to send a code to the email as well. So you do need to use a valid email here. So let me test that out and then I'll be right back. Okay, so I just made a new account and you can see now that it's showing me these buttons. So I can press on the profile, brings me to the profile page. Just refresh here. Okay, I can press on plus. It doesn't do anything now because we don't have the drop down, but it should eventually. And if I go here and I sign out, you'll see now that it shows me the sign in button, and now it doesn't give me the other buttons. Now if I sign in again, okay, and let me put in my email, I don't want to leak this. Okay, and you can see that now it shows these buttons up again. So the authenticated and unauthenticated is working, and obviously when I click this is working as well. It's grabbing the user's username, which is what I wanted. Now if we want to see if these users are getting added to our Convex database, we can do that by going to the Convex dashboard, which I just went to right here. Go to Reddit, which is the name of our project, and then you see we have the users table and we have our user appearing. Now, for some reason, the username is not being collected properly, so let me try to fix that quickly, but you can see we do have the external ID, which is the Clerk ID, and then our internal ID and also the creation time. Okay, so let's go look at why that username is not coming in correctly. We're going to go to users.ts, and I'm just going to do a little bit of debugging here and then get right back to you. Okay, well, kind of a silly mistake. I see it right away. It's because the username is trying to access the first name and the last name of the user, when really this needs to be data.username, like so. Okay, so let's just do that. And then also we're going to go or string. The reason for that is username can potentially be null. It's not going to be null, but it could be null based on how this is typed. So we're just going to go or empty string so that we don't get any issues here when we try to insert into the database. So now what we'll have to do is we'll just have to manually update this document here to be the correct username. All the other ones will be correct going forward, but because we inserted incorrectly, we can just click on this. We can go edit document, and then for null, we can just change this to be the correct username, which is Python programmer. Okay, and let's press on save. And there you go, we've now updated that, and everything should be good to go. Okay, so I think all is good with that so far. Now what we want to do is allow users to create a subreddit. And in order to do that, we're going to need to add kind of that drop-down menu I was talking about, and then start writing some code on the back end to create the subreddit, display the subreddit, all of that kind of stuff. So this is where it starts to get interesting. We now have a lot of the setup done. So let's go back to, I guess, navbar.tsx, and we're going to make a new component now, which is going to be the dropdown. So we will make a dropdown. So let's make this. It's going to be create dropdown.tsx. But we also need to have the components that we're going to render when we press the button in the dropdown. So we're going to have one which is create community modal.tsx. So what we're going to do is have a modal, something that pops up on the screen like a pop-up, in order to create a new community, and that can be triggered from the drop-down menu. So we need to write both of those components. Doesn't really matter the order in which we write them, but we're going to start with the create community modal.tsx component. So we're going to begin by saying import use state from React. Can make this larger and also just close our terminal for now so that we're not getting distracted. Then we can import the use mutation, which I'm going to discuss in just 1 second, from convex/react. And then I'm going to import API from convex/_generated/API. Okay, you're going to see how those work in 1 second. And then we're going to import our styles. So I'm going to say import /styles/create community modal.css. Okay, now we're going to make an interface here, which is going to be the create community modal props. Okay, just so we define the props that we're going to pass to this component. We need to know, is it open? So that's going to be a Boolean, and then we're going to have an onClose function. This is the function that we will call when someone wants to close the modal. So this will just be a function, and then that goes to void. Okay, next we're going to say const, and then this will be create community modal. This will be equal to a function, and in the function we're going to take in is open, and on close, and that's going to come from our create community modal props, okay, because that's the type. Although I must have done something incorrectly here. Yes, this needs to be a function, that's why. Okay, so now inside of here, we're going to make a form. So in order to create a new community, we're going to have a name and a description, but we're also going to have some other state that we store in here related to things like if there's an error, if we're loading, etc. So we're going to say const, okay, and we're going to say name, set name is equal to use state, and we're just going to make that an empty string for now. We're going to say const, and then this is going to be description, set description is equal to use state, and again can be an empty string for now. We're going to have an error because if there's an error we need to display that, so we're going to say error and then set error is equal to use state, and for now that can also be an empty string. And then we need some loading state because if we're going to call back to the API that can take a second, so we're going to say const is loading, set is loading is equal to use state, and then false. Okay, and then we are going to do the following. We're going to say if not is open. So if we're not open, then we shouldn't display anything. So we can just return null. Okay, otherwise we can display the modal, which we're going to do now. Okay, so we are going to return a fragment, and then inside of the fragment, we are going to write essentially a form for creating a new subreddit. That's what we're doing here, a new community. So we're going to say div class name is equal to modal dash overlay. Okay, and we're going to have an on click is equal to on close. Okay, now that div is actually going to be self-contained, and this is going to be kind of like the background. So if you click anywhere other than the modal itself, then we're just going to close the modal. Okay, then we're going to have a div, and we're going to have class name equal to modal dash container. Okay, inside of here, we're going to have a modal header and some modal content. So we're going to say class name is equal to modal header. And then in the header, we're going to have an h2, and we're going to say create a community, meaning like create a subreddit. And then we're going to have a button, and this button will allow you to close the modal. So we're going to have class name is equal to close dash button. Then we're going to have the on click, which is equal to on close, and we're going to put an at times like this, which is just an X button. Okay, so that's going to be our header. Now beneath our header, we're going to have a form, which is going to be our main content. Now we're going to have an on submit here, okay, which is going to be equal to a function. So let's just stub that function here. We can call that function really whatever we want, but let's call it handle submit. So we're going to say const handle submit. This is actually going to be an async function. We're going to take in e, and this is of type react.form event. Okay, and then we'll write that function in a second, and we will call the handle submit function when the form is submitted. Then inside of the form, we're going to have a div. We're going to say class name is equal to the form dash group. Okay, and then we're going to start defining our different entries. So we're going to start with a label. This is going to be the label of name, and we're going to say this is HTML for equal to name. Okay, then we're going to have a div. Okay, this div is going to be class name equal to input dash prefix. Okay, and then we're going to have r slash, because we're creating a new subreddit, so the name is always going to be r slash something. And then we're going to have an input. Okay, and for the input, if we can spell this correctly, it's going to be type is equal to text. ID is equal to name. The value is going to be equal to name. The on change is going to be equal to, and this is going to be e, and then set name, and this is going to be e dot target dot value. Then we're going to have a placeholder, which is equal to community underscore name. Okay, and why is this not working? It's because it's inside of the brace, so let's get rid of that. Let me just format this quickly so you guys can actually read it. Okay, so we have type, ID, value, onChange, placeholder, almost done. We're gonna have a maximum length equal to, and we're gonna give this maximum length of 21 for the name. And then we're gonna say this is disabled if we are loading, so that you can't type. Okay, then we're going to put a p tag here, and this is going to be a kind of like help tag. So we're gonna say class name is equal to input dash help. And we're going to say community names, including capitalization, cannot be changed. Okay, and let's fix the spelling here. And just let them know that, hey, once you make this name, you cannot change. Okay, so there we go. We have one form group. Now let's copy this and let's make the next form group. Okay, so we have the community name. Now we want to have the community description. So we're going to have label. For the label, this again will be description. And then we're just going to put a span, if we can do this correctly. And we're just going to put optional and then slash span. Okay. Then we will have the HTML4 for this label. And this is going to be equal to description. Then beneath the label, we're going to have a text area. Okay, for the text area, we're going to have ID equal to description. We're going to have name equal to description. And what else? Actually, do we need name? No, we don't need name. We can just go value is equal to description. We can go on change is equal to, and then we can go E, and then this can be set description, and then E.target value to set the state. Then let's just format this so we can read it. We're going to have placeholder equal to tell us about your community. We can have the max length equal to 100, and we can have disabled again if this is loading. Okay, sweet. So that is this form group. And now we're just going to have the buttons then handling the errors. So down here, we're going to have error and then we're going to display a div. Okay, so let's have div class name equal to, and this is going to be error dash message. And then inside of the div, we will display the error. Okay, so if there's an error, we're going to show it there. Otherwise, we're going to have some buttons. We're going to have one for cancel and one for create. So we're going to have class name is equal to the modal dash folder, just meaning like the bottom of the modal. Then we're going to have a button. This button is going to be type equal to button. We're going to have not children, but class name equal to the cancel dash button. Okay, then we're going to have the on click is equal to on close, and we're going to have disabled equal to is loading again, and then this is going to say cancel. Then we'll format so we can read. Okay, now let's copy this button, and we're going to do the same thing. Rather than the on click being on close, we can actually just remove this and make the type equal to submit so that it will submit the form, which will then call the function. And then for this, we're going to say is loading question mark. If it's loading, then we'll change the button to say creating. Otherwise, we'll make it say create community. Okay, I know that was a lot of code, but that should at least be the styling for our create community modal that pops up. Now, in order to see this, we need to display this in the drop-down component. So we're going to write the drop-down component as well, which will then display this button and another button later on. Okay, so let's go into here and let's say import use state from React. Okay, keep in mind, this is the dropdown that will appear when you press that plus icon. Then in that dropdown, we will render this modal that we just wrote. So in order for us to see this modal, we first need to write it in the dropdown. We're then going to say import fa plus from react-icons/fa. We're going to say import use location, use navigate from React router DOM. We are then going to import the create community modal from dot slash create community modal. And I'm not sure why it's saying it's not declared. Let's see, did we forget to export it? That's why we forgot to export it. So let's export it down here. Export default, creates community modal. Okay, and lastly, we're going to import the styles. So we're going to say import dot slash styles slash create dropdown dot CSS. Okay, now we're going to make an interface. This interface is going to be create dropdown props. Okay. In the interface, we're going to have is open, because same thing as the modal, we need to know, okay, is this open or not? And then we're going to have on close, which will be a function that does not return anything. Okay, now we're going to make the components. We're going to say const create dropdown. Okay, we're going to take in is open and on close, which will be coming from the props we just defined. So create dropdown props. This is going to be a function, sorry, so let's write it like a function. Okay, then we need to define our state. So the first piece of state that we're going to have here is going to define whether or not this modal is open. So we're going to say const is community modal open, and then set is community modal open is going to be equal to use state, and by default that is going to be false. We're then going to say const location is equal to use location, so we know whether we're currently in a subreddit or we're on something like the home page. We're then going to have const navigate is equal to use navigate, and we need to check whether we are in a subreddit or not. So what we're going to do is, if we're inside of a subreddit, we will allow the user to make a post. If we're not inside of a subreddit, so like the URL that we're on is not in a subreddit, it means we can only create a subreddit, because I can't post in a subreddit unless I'm currently in the subreddit. So that's what I'm going to check with these next two lines of code. So I'm going to say const subreddit and then match is going to be equal to location dot path name dot match. And I'm going to write a regular expression here, which is going to match if we're in a subreddit or not. Now I'm just going to copy this in. All this does is look and see if we are in r/something. I know, seems a little bit confusing for what it is, just there's a lot of escape characters here. We're just checking, are we inside of /r and then something, okay? I'm then going to say const and then current subreddit is equal to subreddit match question mark, and then subreddit match and then 1 or null. Now the reason why this will work is because this subreddit match is going to give me the r/, and then it's going to give me whatever comes after the r/ in an array. So if the subreddit match exists, so if we do have a match, let's get the second element, which will contain the name of the subreddit. Otherwise, just get null. I understand it's a little bit confusing how I've written this here. I probably should have made it something simpler, but the point is this is going to kind of split it up and give us the /r, or the r/, sorry, and then whatever the name is. So the name is defined in this variable here, which I'm going to get access to if we're inside of the subreddit. Okay, now same as before, we're going to say if not is open, then return null, because if it's not open, we don't want to display it. And then we're going to have two functions here. We're going to have one function, which is going to say handle create post, okay? And if we're going to create a post, what we can do is we can just navigate to the post page, okay? So we're going to say if the current subreddit, so if we have a current subreddit name, then we are going to say navigate. This is just how you change the page that you're on, and we're going to navigate to /r/ and then this is going to be the current subreddit /submit. That will bring us to the submit page. Then we can close this drop-down menu, okay? Then we're going to have const, and we're going to say handle create community, okay? And this is just going to say set is create community modal open as true, okay? So when we set this state equal to true, later in our code here, when we rendered the JSX, we'll just display that, and then you will kind of see how this works. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to return a fragment again. Inside the fragment, we're going to have a div. We're going to say the class name is equal to modal-overlay. Again, this is kind of the background, so if you click anywhere else, it will close it. Then we're going to say onClick is equal to onClose. Okay, then we're going to have another div, this div is going to have the class name equal to create dropdown. And then inside of this div, we're going to have our dropdown header. Okay, so we're going to have class name equal to, sorry, this is the dropdown dash header. And then inside of here, we're going to have an h3, and we're just going to say create. Okay, then we're going to have another div inside of this create dropdown. So we're going to have div class name is going to be equal to dropdown options. So this is where we're going to have the different buttons for creating a post or for creating a community. So we have dropdown options. The first thing we're going to check is if we're currently inside of a subreddit. If we are, then we're going to display the button that allows us to make a post. So we're going to say current subreddit and then inside of here, we can say button. The class name of this button will be equal to drop down, we should spell drop down correctly, dash option. We're going to have on click, which is going to be equal to the handle create post, because we're going to be making a post. And then inside of this button, we're going to have some styling. So we're going to have like an icon on the left and then some text on the right. So we're going to say div class name is equal to option dash icon. Then inside of here, we're going to have FA plus. Then we're going to have another div. And inside of here, let's end the div properly. We're going to have class name is equal to option dash content. And here we're going to have two pieces of content. We're going to have one thing, which is like the main name, and then we're going to have a description describing what it does. So we're going to have two spans. Okay, the first span is going to have the class name equal to the option dash title, and then this is going to say post. And then we're going to have another span, and this is going to say class name is equal to option dash description, and this is going to say share to, and then r slash, and then whatever the name of the subreddit is, which is our current subreddit. Okay, so this is the first dropdown option that we're only displaying if we are currently inside of a subreddit. Okay, now the next button that we're going to display, we'll always display this, and this will allow us to create a community. So same thing, we can copy this. We're going to say class name is equal to dropdown option, and the on click is going to be equal to handle create community. Let's just format this so it's a little bit easier to read. Okay, inside of this button, we're going to have pretty much the same thing. Let's just copy this and paste it. So the FA plus will stay where it is. And rather than saying post, we're just going to say community, and we're going to say create a new community. Okay, perfect. Now, the last thing to do is to display the modal. So we're going to say, is community modal open? If it is, then we are going to show the create community modal. So we're going to say create community modal, and we need to pass the different props. So we're going to say is open is equal to is create or is community modal open, and then we're going to have on close, and what the on close is going to be is a function, and inside of this function we're going to say set is community modal open to false, and we're going to call the on close for this dropdown. So let me just format this quickly. So what's happening is if we close the community modal, well, we want to close it. So we're going to set this variable equal to false, or the state equal to false. But then we also want to close this dropdown, which is displaying the community modal. Okay, so this is all done now. I know this is a lot of code. We're going to be writing a lot of code just because that's how it is. So let's export this. Let's go export default, create dropdown. Okay, and now we want to use the create dropdown from our navbar. Okay, so see where it says dropdown container. Now we're going to import that dropdown. So we're going to say import, and this is create dropdown. Okay, and then for the dropdown, we're going to say create dropdown, but we're only going to display the create dropdown if it's open. So we need to make some state up here to store that. So we're going to say const, and this is going to be show dropdown, set show dropdown. Okay, let's fix the capitalization, is equal to use state, and then false. Then we're going to go here and we're going to say show dropdown and then create the dropdown. And then we need to pass the props here. So what is the props for creating the dropdown? We're going to have is open. Okay. And this is going to be equal to show dropdown. And then we're going to have on close, which is going to be equal to set show dropdown to false. Okay, let's go back here and format, make sure this still says false. Okay, now we just need to make show dropdown true when we press on that button. So where is the button here? We have profile, we have SA+. Okay, so on click, we're going to change the on click here to say set show dropdown to true. Okay, so now we've just added some basic state so we can trigger this drop-down menu. Drop-down menu will only show when we've pressed this button. So let's try this now. Let's go back here. Let me just open this up and refresh. Okay, and if I press on the plus, you can see that now we get this drop-down. We have a nice kind of fade, or like, what do you call it, tint covering the rest of the website. And if I press on community, it opens this community modal. Now we might want to close the drop down. Actually, I think it's fine. We can leave this open. It's kind of weird that this is open, but I think it's fine for right now. And then we can make a new community. Obviously right now this isn't working yet because we haven't written the logic for it. And we can close that and then the drop down closes. Now let's say we go inside of a subreddit /r/Dubai, for example. Oops, didn't mean to open that a new page. Let's try that again, /r/Dubai. Now, if I press on the plus, we have post and community. So if I click on post, you can see that it brings me to this page, but it's only showing that to me if I'm inside of the subreddit. If I'm not inside of the subreddit, then it doesn't show me the ability to post or to create the community. Okay, sweet. So that's good. Let's go back to home. And let's continue now and actually make the subreddit form work. All right, so this is where we're going to look more on the back end now, because obviously we need to create something. So in order to do that, we're going to start by going to our schema. Now in our schema, we're just going to define the type that we want to have for our subreddit and the fields that we want to have on that. So to do that, we can just define the name. So I can say subreddit. Okay, and then I can define a table. So I'm going to define my table, and inside of here, same thing, I'm going to define my fields. So I'm going to say name. Let's get the name of the subreddit, which will be v.string. I'm going to say description, and this will be v.optional, and then v.string as well. And then I want to have a relationship to the author that's created this subreddit. So I'm going to say author ID, and then v.id, and then users. Okay, so all I've done is said, hey, all right, we want to have a name in the subreddit. I want to have a description. It's optional, so we can just wrap this in optional. And then since I need some kind of author, well, the author ID will be corresponding to an ID in the users table. Now, by the way, in Convex, it's automatically going to insert an ID as well as the created at time anytime you make a new instance of like a user or a subreddit or whatever. So we don't need to specify those fields ourselves. So now that we have this added to the schema, well, we want a way to be able to make a new subreddit. Now remember that in Convex, we have three main operations that we can use. We can use a query. This is how you get some information and usually display it on the front end. You have a mutation. This is something you use when you want to create, delete, or modify something in the Convex database. And then you have an action, and this is something that's typically used to call some kind of third-party service. Now, we don't need to use any actions here, but we do need mutations and queries. So we need to now write a mutation in order to create a new subreddit. So I'm going to show you how we do that. Now, the easiest way to do that is to make a new file in Convex and call this the same thing as your table. Now, it doesn't need to be called that, but it's just good practice to kind of map them together. So I'm going to say subreddit.ts. Now, inside of here, I'm going to write a function called create, which will just allow me to create a new subreddit. So I'm going to say import, and we're going to import mutation from, and this is going to be /generated/server. Okay. Then I am going to import the get current user or throw from /users. Now this is something that we just copied in previously. We can go look at it, which will just throw an error if a user doesn't exist. Otherwise, it will get the user for us from our database. And the reason why we need that is so that we can have that user's username and we can store that as an association as the author who made this subreddit. Okay, so we're now going to have an export const create is equal to a mutation. Okay, now for the mutation, what we do is we pass an object, and in the mutation, we specify the arguments that we want to be passed to this mutation in order to create a new subreddit, as well as the handler, which is the function which will then go and be executed when we call this mutation. It seems a little bit weird for now, but pretty much all we're doing is just making a function that we'll be able to call directly from our front end, which will handle creating a new subreddit for us. So we're going to say args, and inside of args, we're going to specify name, which will be v.string, and we're going to have description, which will be v.optional, and then this is going to be v.string. Notice I'm making these the same things that I had inside of my schema for my subreddit, right? So I have my name and my description, and the author ID will add in later. Now after that, we need to specify a handler. Okay, so we're going to say handler is an async function, and the async function takes in some context, which is ctx, and some args. Okay. Now the v, we need to import this as well. I just realized that we don't have that imported. So we're going to say import v from, and this is convex / values. Okay. So now we're not having any errors anymore. We're taking in 2 arguments. We have our handler function, and in the handler function, we can access the arguments which we've defined here, and the context, which will give us things like the current user that's signed in. So the first thing that we want is to access the user that's trying to create this subreddit, because we're not going to allow someone to use this function unless they're signed in. So we're going to say const user is equal to await, and this is going to be get current user or throw, and then we just pass the context there. Now this function is just going to look in the context and be able to strip out who the current user is and give that back to us so we have information about them. Next, we're going to say const subreddits is equal to await, and then we're going to check to make sure that the user is not trying to create a subreddit with a name that already exists. Now the way that we can do this is we can say ctx.database.query and then subreddit. Okay, so we're querying that table, and we're just going to collect all of the subreddits that exist. Okay, so we go const subreddit equals await ctx.db.query subreddit.collect, and then we're just going to check if any of the subreddits that are currently inside of here share the same name as our subreddit that's trying to be created. So to do that, we can say if, and then subreddits.sum, and then we can say s, and then s.name is equal to args.name. Then what we can do is throw a new, and I'm going to import something here, which is a convex error. And sorry, that's going to come from this actually, convex error. I'm going to throw a new convex error. Okay, and we're just going to pass a message, and the message is going to say subreddit already exists. Okay, so what we're doing is we're grabbing the user. Okay, if they don't exist, then obviously we can't make a new subreddit because there would be no author, so this will throw an error for us. Then we look at all of the subreddits that we have. In order to do that, you just say ctx.db.query, going in the context, looking at the convex database, querying the subreddit table, collecting all of the elements in there, and then we're just checking if any of the elements in our subreddit share the same name as what we're trying to create. If they do, then we're going to throw this new convex error, so it's not going to allow us to create it. Now, otherwise, so if that error does not occur, then we can simply make a new subreddit. So we can say ctx.db.insert. This is how you make a new element or new row, document, whatever you want to call it. Okay, and we're going to say insert into subreddit, and then we're going to insert the args.name. We're going to insert the description of the args.description, and then we're going to say the author ID is going to be equal to our user._ID. Now this is a field again that exists on all of our convex objects, so you don't need to manually define it. So now we get our user, and on the user we have access to this _ID. So we're going to use that as the reference to our author. Okay, so this will make a new subreddit for us, but the question is now, how do we call this? Well, the way that we call this is actually very straightforward, and this is one of the main advantages of using something like Convex. So what we're going to do is go to our create community modal, and we are now going to kind of use the imports that I have up here in order to have a function on our front end that triggers or links back to that mutation. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a variable, and we're going to say const create subreddit is equal to use mutation. Use mutation is a hook that comes from Convex/React. And all we have to do is say api.subreddit.create. Notice that I have direct access to the code that I just wrote on my front end here, even with all of the autocomplete. So because I've imported this API object from the generated API, and because my Convex backend is currently running, and it's automatically, updating and regenerating the API, that means that we know that we have access to the subreddit.create function. So I can do that. Now I can just use this create subreddit function that I have here, and I can pass to it the description and the name, and I'm triggering that backend API call to create the subreddit. Okay, so now that we have that, we just need to write the handle submit function. So inside of here, we're going to say e.preventDefault. We're going to say set error is equal to an empty string to clear any error if it did exist. And we're going to do some basic input validation. So we're going to say if there's not a name, then set error, and we'll say community name is required, and then return. Okay, we're just going to make sure the name is long enough. So we're going to say if the name.length is less than 3, or the name.length is greater than 21, then we'll set the error saying community name must be between 3 and 21 characters. Okay, and then we'll return. And then we're going to make sure that the community name only contains numbers, letters, or underscores. So to do that, we're going to say if, and we're going to go exclamation point /hat, and this is a regular expression. We're going to say A to Z, then we're going to say A to Z in capitals, and then 0-9 underscore plus, and then this is going to be a $, and then /.test name. This just tests this regular expression to see if it applies to this name. Then we're going to say set error, and we're going to say community, spell community correctly, name can only contain letters, numbers, and underscores. Okay. So this regular expression, again, we're just making sure that it is true. So we're saying if this is not applied to the name, that means that we had something other than a letter, underscore, or number. And so we will tell them, hey, there's an error, and then same thing, we will return. Okay, now if all of those checks are good, we're going to say set is loading true, and we are going to call our mutation. So we're going to say await create subreddit, and we're just going to pass to this our name and our description. Okay, that's it. That's going to call the backend. Now, because this will return a promise, we can use our .then and our .catch to see if there's any errors. So we can say .then result. If we want, we can console.log the result. We don't need to, but we can look at what it is. And we can close this modal once we create the subreddit. Otherwise, we can say .catch. Okay, and if there's an error, then what we probably want to do is display that error. So we're going to say set error, and we will say failed to create community, and then we can display what the error is that's coming from Convex. So say error.data.message, and then we can have a .finally, and in the .finally, okay, let's write this correctly. We can display set is loading false. Okay, the .finally, sorry, needs to be on this. Okay, so now we have this handle submit function written. We do some basic input validation. We set loading. We call the mutation. Again, this is going to go to that backend function we just wrote here. Mutation is the way that we modify something in Convex. We then get the result. So we say, okay, if it's successful, sorry, let's close the modal. Otherwise, we're going to catch the error and display it. And then finally, we're going to say set is loading to false. So let's test this out. Okay, we're going to go here, refresh again, just to make sure it's good. Let's go plus community. Let's go programming. This is about coding ... And let's try to create the community. And I believe that was created successfully. Now we're not displaying it yet, but if we want to check, we can go here, can refresh. Actually, we don't even need to refresh. It was showing up there anyways. And you can see we have the subreddit. We have ID, creation time, author ID, description, and name. Sweet. Now, if we want to just test if it's going to work, if we try to make the same community name, I believe I called this programming. So let's try again. And it says, failed to create community, subreddit already exists. And notice how blazingly fast this is. Convex is probably the fastest backend I've ever used. And you'll see when you start doing this that everything is practically instant. It's pretty cool. It also does all of the caching automatically, so that helps too with the speed. Okay, so that is how we create a subreddit. But obviously now we probably want to display a subreddit. So let's write the subreddit display page so that when we go to the subreddit, we can at least see like the description and the name, and we can validate that the subreddit creation is working. So let's go to pages and let's go to the subreddit page and let's write some logic here in order to be able to view that. But actually, before we do that, we're going to go back to subreddit.ts in our backend, and we're going to write a query, which is another thing we can do in Convex, in order to get the subreddit. Okay, so ideally when we get a subreddit, we want to get the posts as well that are in that subreddit. But for now, we're just going to write a simple query, which will just give us the basic subreddit information. And then later we'll modify it to be able to get the posts. Okay, so we're going to say export const get is equal to query. Okay, again, a query is like a get request, so it's different than a mutation. For the query, same thing. You can specify the arguments. So if we want to get a subreddit, we need to know the name of that subreddit. So we're going to say name, and then this is going to be v.string. And then we're going to have our handler, which is an async function, which again, we'll take in our context and our args. Okay. And then here we can return anything that we want. Now, why is that giving me an issue? Oh, it's because I haven't imported query. So let's import query from our generated server. Okay, perfect. Now inside of here, we don't need to be signed in order to view a subreddit. So we don't need to get the user. We're just going to try to find the subreddit based on their name. So we're going to say const subreddit is equal to await. And then this is going to be ctx.db.query. And we can query subreddit, and we can say dot filter, and we can filter based on a name. So we can say q, and then q dot equals, and then inside of here we can say q dot field name, and then args dot name. Okay, then we can say dot unique. And let's just format this. So what we're saying is, hey, okay, we're going to query the subreddits. We're going to look for subreddits that have a field name equal to the argument name. We're doing q.equals. You can also do like less than, greater than, right? You have a lot of other abilities to filter here, but we're just doing equals. And then we're just going with unique. So we only want to grab one. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to say if not subreddit, then we're going to throw a new convex error. And we're just going to say message, and this will be subreddit not found. Okay. Now, otherwise, we can just return the subreddit. So we can just say return, and then we can just return the subreddit. That's it. Okay. So now we have a query, and this just returns the subreddit. So we can get ID, creation time, description name, author ID, etc. And now what we want to do is go to the subreddit page, and we want to use that query to display some information about it. So we're going to go up to the top here, and we're going to say import use params from, and this is going to be React router DOM. We're then going to say import use query from convex/react, and we need to import the API as well from, and this is going to be // and this is convex/_generated/API. Okay, then that is good for now. Okay, so inside of our subreddit page, the first thing we want to do is get the name of our subreddit. So we're going to say const, and this is going to be subreddit name is equal to use params. Now, the reason why this will work is because if you remember, we go back to our navigation, we have a parameter here, or a variable called subreddit name. So I'm simply extracting that using the use parameters hook from React router DOM. Then we're going to try to get the subreddit. So we're going to say const subreddit is equal to use query. And then to use this, we say api.subreddit.get, and then we just pass the parameters. So we say name, and then this is the subreddit name. That's it. Now, what is the issue here? Oh, I'm going to go sorry. or an empty string. The reason for this is that the name is required, but if we do not have a subreddit name, which is possible, then that means that this would be null or empty or undefined or something. So we're just going to go subreddit name or empty string. Okay, that way we always have something to pass to name. Now, first thing we're going to do is this subreddit will be equal to undefined while this query is loading. So something to keep in mind, when you use query, this variable will start off equal to undefined, and that indicates that the query is loading. So if it's undefined, that means we're currently loading. So I'm just going to return a paragraph tag saying loading ... And I need to, of course, check the subreddit. So if subreddit is triple equal to undefined. Now I'm doing triple equal intentional because if it's null, that means that we didn't have any subreddit, right? Or we had some error or something. But if it's undefined, that means it's currently loading, okay? Then I'm going to say if not subreddit, then what we're going to do is we're going to return a page that says this subreddit does not exist. So we're going to say return div class name is going to be equal to content container. Then we're going to have another div name, with a class name equal to not dash found. Then we'll have an h1 and we'll say subreddit not found. And then we'll have a paragraph tag and we'll say the subreddit r/subreddit name does not exist. Okay. Now that's just handling if the subreddit does not exist. Obviously, if it does exist, then we want to display some information about it. So let's go down here and let's write that. So we're going to have div class name is equal to the content dash container. Then we're going to have another div, and this is going to be class name equal to the subreddit dash banner. Inside of this div, we're going to have an h1 and we're going to say r/ and then subreddit dot name. So we're just going to grab the subreddit name directly from here, even though it should be the same as this. Either one works, it's fine. And then we're going to display the description. So we're going to say subreddit dot description and a paragraph tag with the subreddit dot description. Okay, so if there's a description, we'll display it. Otherwise, we will not. And then we need to display the posts that are involved in this subreddit. So I'm just going to stub this, and then we'll display it after. So we're going to say class name is equal to posts dash container. And I'm going to say if subreddit dot posts, and actually it's not going to allow me to do that. You know what? We'll do this later. But essentially for now, what we're going to do is just put a paragraph tag, and we're going to say no posts yet. Okay, be the first to post. And we're actually going to wrap this in a div. And then for the div class name, we're going to say no dash posts. And then format. Okay, sweet. So later we will display all of the posts that we have. But for now, we're just going to say, hey, we don't have any posts, and say that. Okay. So let's look at this now. If we go back here and refresh, let's try to go to a subreddit. So /r/programming. Okay, so that's working, but I just realized when I was looking at this, I want to change something slightly just to make this a little bit easier for us to handle. So in the subreddit, rather than throwing a new convex error if we don't have a subreddit, I just want to return null. This way, we can actually check if we have null or not in our subreddit page. And if it is null, which we're checking right here, we can display the subreddit's not found. If we return an error, then we're going to have to handle the error. So I'd prefer not to do that and instead just check for a null condition. So I'm going to change this to r/Dubai. And now you'll see it says subreddit not found because we returned null. Whereas here, if we go r/programming, then it shows us this subreddit information. Okay, sorry for that quick fix there. Now we are able to display this properly. Okay, so now we have the subreddit page done, and obviously this is not going to be very interesting unless we can create posts. So what we want to do now is work on being able to add a post, and we're going to go with kind of a similar process as we did with subreddit. So we're going to begin in our schema. We're going to define a new post, like what those fields look like. Then we're going to create the mutation in order to make a new post, and then we'll start writing the logic to create post, delete post, add images to post, all of that kind of stuff. So let's go here and let's go post, and let's define a table. And for the table, we're going to have a subject of the post, or kind of like the header or the title. This will be a string. We're going to have the body of the post. This will be a v.string as well. We need to know what subreddit the post is a part of. So we're going to say subreddit v.id and then subreddit. We're going to have the author ID. This will be v.id, and then users. Of course, we need to know the user that made that post. And then we're going to have an image, and this will be v.optional, and then v.id. And we're going to point this to underscore storage, which is an internal location in Convex that allows us to store files, or in this case, images. Now, the image is optional, and we're going to handle that later. But with our posts, we do want the ability to be able to post images, right? Now, for my post, I'm also going to add 2 indexes here in order to look up the post quickly. So I'm going to say by subreddit. Okay, and this is going to be on the subreddit field. And we're going to have another index, and this is going to be based on the author, because I do oftentimes want to look up all the posts in a subreddit and by a specific author. For example, if I'm going to their profile page. Okay, and we're going to say author ID. Okay, and then let's format that. So now, same as before, we're going to make a new file. We're going to call this post.ts. And inside of here, we're going to write a mutation to create a new post. So to do that, we need to import some contents. We're going to import mutation. While we're here, we'll import query, and we're also going to import something called query CTX as well that we'll use later on. And we're going to import this from /generated and then server. And this should say from. So let's fix that. Okay. Now below that, we're going to say import, and this will be convex error. Okay, and v from, and this is going to be convex /values like before. We're then going to import get current user or throw from users, and that's all we need for right now. Next, we're going to define the mutation. So we're going to say export const create is equal to a mutation. For the mutation, we're going to have a few things that we need for the arguments. So for the arguments, we're going to have a subject, which is going to be v.string. We're going to have a body, which will be v.string. We're going to have a subreddit, which is going to be v.id, and then subreddit. We're going to have a storage ID, which is going to be v.optional, and then v.id, and then this is going to be underscore storage. Okay, we're going to look at this later, but this is for adding an image. So we're just kind of stubbing that in now, and we'll write it later. Okay, then we're going to have a handler, which is going to be an async function. Okay, let's write this properly, which will be ctx and args. Okay, then we're going to have const user is equal to await get current user or throw, because obviously we need to have a user in order to make a post. And then we're going to define our post. So we're going to say const post ID is equal to await ctx.db.insert. We're going to insert into post, and we're going to have a subject, okay, which will be args.subject. And let me just format this quickly. Okay, we are going to have a body, which will be args.body. We're going to have a subreddit, which is going to be the args.subreddit. We're going to have an author ID, which is going to be the user._ID. And then we're going to have an image, and this is going to be the args.storage ID or undefined if that doesn't exist. Okay, that is good for now in the handler. And then we can simply return the ID of the post that was created. Okay, so that is the mutation for creating a new post. Fairly straightforward. There's not really any checks that we need to do. We just need to make sure the user is signed in and authenticated. As long as we have a signed in user, then it's fine here to create this post. If we wanted to go crazy, we could check to make sure the subreddit is valid. We can check the body and the subject for length requirements, for example, but I'm not going to go that far in this video, but feel free to do that later if you want to. Okay, so we have the post. Now we need to be able to make the post. So we need to write the submit page. So let's go to the submit page. Keep in mind, this is rendered when you're within a subreddit, and we click that from that drop down menu. So in our submit page, we're going to import what we need. So we're going to say import use params from React router DOM. This is going to give us the name of the subreddit. We're also going to import the use navigate. Okay. We're going to import use state from React. We're going to import the use mutation, as well as the use query, which we'll use later on from Convex React. We're going to import API from // convex/generated/API. We're going to import the FA image from, and this is going to be React icons/FA. We're going to import the IOMD close from React icons/IO. And then we have our styles, and that's good for now. Okay, so for our submit page, similar to what we have with the community modal, we're going to be setting up a form. So we're going to start by getting the name of the subreddit. So we can say const subreddit name is equal to use params, because similarly, when we go to /submit, we have that subreddit parameter, so we can strip that out. We want the ability to navigate after we make a post. So we can say const navigate is equal to use navigate, okay? And then we actually want to be able to get information about the subreddit, because I need to have the subreddit's ID. So I'm going to grab the subreddit's ID based on its name. I could do that directly inside of my post.ts by just passing the subreddit name, but instead I'm just going to grab the ID here just to simplify things a little bit. So I'm going to say const subreddit is equal to use query, and we're going to use the same query we've used before, which is api.subreddit.get, and we're going to get that by passing the name, which is the subreddit name, or an empty string if for some reason that doesn't exist. Then we're going to set some state related to the form. So we're going to say title, set title is equal to use state. We're going to say const body, set body is equal to use state. We're going to say const selected image set selected image is equal to use state. And for this, I'm going to define the state as file or null and make this equal to null. And we're just going to do this for the image right now. We'll work on this more later, but I'm just going to get the state out of the way. We're going to say image preview set image preview is equal to use state, and this will be a string or null, okay, and then null, and then we're going to have const, and this is going to be is submitting set is submitting is equal to use state, and then false. Okay, now we want the mutation in order to create a post. So I'm going to say create post is equal to use mutation. Mutation is api.post.create, which we just defined. Okay, now there'll be a bunch of other logic we're going to write related to the images. For now, though, we're just going to stub the handle submit function, okay, which is going to take in e, which is a react.form event. And now we're going to write all of the JSX for the form, and then we'll write the logic related to, actually making the post. However, there is one small thing that I want to do. I'm going to go to the subreddit page, and I'm just going to copy this. We could make this a hook or a component, but I'm just going to copy it in just to make it a little bit easier. And I'm just going to paste this after we try to get the subreddit. The reason for that is that if the subreddit doesn't exist, then we're not able to make a post, right? Because I can only make a post if I'm within a subreddit. So I'm just going to say, okay, hey, look, like if we don't have the subreddit, then we're just going to return this, and we're not going to allow you to make the post. Otherwise, we'll do everything else that you see down here. Okay, so now let's start writing this page. So we'll start with the div. We'll say class name is equal to the content container. Okay, we're going to have another div. Inside this div, we're going to have class name is equal to the submit container. We're going to have an h1, and we're going to say create a post in, and then it's going to be r/, and then the subreddit name. Okay, we're then going to have a form. The form will have a class name, which is submit-form. We're going to have an on submit, which is equal to the handle submit. Okay, and then we are going to define our different inputs. So we're going to have an input. Let's make this self-contained actually. For the input, we'll have type equal to text. We'll have placeholder equal to title. We'll have value equal to title. We'll have on change equal to, let's quickly format this. Oh, I need to put this in here quickly. Okay. Format this, it's going to be E, and then this is going to be set title, E.target.value. Then we're going to have class name, which is equal to the submit-title, and the max length equal to 300. Okay, and actually 300 seems like a lot. Let's change that to 100. I don't know what I was thinking with 300 before for the title. Okay, so that is the first input. Now we're going to have an input related to all of our image stuff, but we're going to add that later just to start with the basics. So for now, we're going to add a text area. For the text area, we're going to have placeholder equals to text, and then optional. Okay, then we're going to have value is equal to body. We're going to have on change is equal to our function, which will be set body e.target.value. Let's save that. And then after the on change, we're going to have the class name equal to submit-body. Very good. Okay, now we're going to have our submit actions. So we're going to have div class name is equal to submit-actions. We're going to have a button. This button is going to say type equals button. On click is equal to the following, which is going to be navigate, and then this will be /r/ and then the name of our subreddit, which will be the subreddit name. Then let's format this quickly, and we're going to have the class name of this button be equal to the back button, and we're going to say disabled if, like before, we are submitting, and then the text of this button will be cancel. Okay, now let's copy this button and format, and rather than cancel, this one is going to be, if we are submitting, then it will be that we are posting. Otherwise, it will be post. Then we can get rid of the on click. We can change the type to be submit, and rather than back button, this is going to be the submit button class. We're also going to add one more condition here. We're going to say not title.trim, which just means if you don't have any content in the title, we're not going to allow you to submit. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. That is the form for our submit page. Yes, stuff related to the image is not here yet, and we've not yet created the post, but let's at least have a look at it for now and see what we're getting. So I'm going to refresh. We're inside of r/programming. If I press on plus, we should be able to post. If I press post, this is what the page looks like. If I start writing, now we have the ability to post. Obviously, it doesn't do anything yet because, well, I haven't set up that function, but you get the idea. Okay, so I'm not sure why that gave us an error here. It's because I guess it's submitted and maybe called something that didn't exist. Anyways, it's back to working now. Just had to refresh a few times, and now let's make it so the post button actually works. All right, so we're going to go to that function we wrote, handle submit, And we're going to start by saying e.prevent default. We then are going to have an if statement, a little bit of input validation again. We're going to say if title.trim or not subreddit. Then we're just going to throw an alert on screen. So rather than showing all the error messages, we'll just say, please enter a title and select a subreddit. Okay, and then we will return. Then we're going to do a try catch block. So we're going to have try, catch, and finally, in the try, we're going to say set is submitting equal to true. In the finally, we're going to say set is submitting equal to false. And in the catch, we are going to catch the error and just alert it. So we're going to say catch error, and we're going to say alert, and we will say failed to create post. Please try again. And for the error, we're just going to display this on screen, console.log error, or in the console, sorry, not on screen. Okay. Now in the try block, what we're going to do is we're going to say await, create post. For the post, we're going to say subject is equal to the title.trim, just to remove any leading and trailing white spaces. We're going to say the body is equal to the body.trim, doing the same here. And we're going to say the subreddit is equal to the subreddit ._ID. Now we also just need to make sure we add async to this function so the await keyword will work. Okay, so that should allow us to handle the submit. You might be wondering why we have the try catch finally. It's because in a few minutes, we're going to be adding the ability to post images. And to do that is going to require this kind of try catch block that we have. There's actually quite a few things we need to do for the images. But anyways, I'm kind of setting it up slowly as we go while we're writing the basic submit. For now, though, I want to check and see if this is working. So let's go here. Let's add a title. Just make this test post, test description. And let's run post and let's see if that works. Okay, so we didn't get any errors, I believe. If we look in the console, yeah, no errors, but it didn't redirect us or navigate us anywhere after it posted. So if I go here, we can see that the post was created. It just didn't do anything after we made that. So I think probably after the try here, we should navigate them. So let's add a navigate, and then we're just gonna navigate them back to the subreddit. So we'll just go /r/ and then this is going to be $, and then subreddit name. And then if we go back here, okay, let's just go back to the subreddit. And obviously it's not displaying the post right now because we haven't written that logic, but the post is indeed working. Okay, so as you saw, if we went back to that Convex console there, again, without even having to refresh because this just syncs and works instantly, we have the author ID, the body, the subject, and the subreddit. Perfect. So posting without an image is working. And now we're going to move on to posting with an image. So now we're moving on and I'm going to show you how we can upload images as a part of our post. Now there's a few steps here. Obviously, we need to be able to select the image. We need to view a preview of the image, and then we need to upload it. Now the way that we'll upload the image is if the user is trying to submit the post, so like they're trying to make the post, we're going to grab the image, we're going to generate a unique upload URL for that image in Convex storage, which is included in the backend. We're then going to upload the image to that URL, and then once that image is uploaded, we're going to take that image URL and store that in the post. So there's a few different steps that are involved, but it's separate from actually creating the post. So before we make the post, we need to upload the image. Once the image is uploaded, we grab like the URL or the ID of that uploaded image, and then we can include that in the post creation. So we're going to go to our Convex folder here, and we're going to make a new file called image.ts, where we're going to be able to generate a unique upload URL. Now this is going to be quite simple, but we're going to say import mutation from /generated/server. Then what we're going to do is say export const, and then this is going to be generate upload URL, and this is going to be a mutation, and it's just going to be a function. We don't need to have any parameters here. So we're going to say async ctx, and then all we're going to do is say return await ctx dot storage this time, not database, dot generate upload URL. So what this is a short-lived URL for uploading a file into storage. So we're going to generate this URL. We can then send a post request to that URL with the file that we want to upload. And then it's going to return to us like the location or the image or whatever that we've uploaded to that URL. You will see what I mean in a second, but we're going to go back to submit page. And now from submit page, we can use that mutation and we can start handling all of the stuff related to our images. So we're going to say const, and then this is going to be generate upload URL is equal to use mutation. And we're going to use the mutation of API.image.generate upload URL. Okay, now there's a few other functions that we're going to need to write here because we need to allow the user to select an image and then to remove that image from the preview. So we're going to say const handle image select. Okay, and we're going to say this is E, and then this is going to be a React dot change event, and it's going to be an HTML input element, and this is going to be equal to a function. Now what we're going to do is say const file is equal to E dot target dot files question mark dot 0. So we're going to try to grab the first file that the user uploads. We're going to say if file. So if they did actually give us a file, then we're going to make sure the file is less than 5 megabytes because we want to have a set size limit. So we're going to say if file dot size is greater than 5 times 1024 times 1024, which is 5 megabytes, then we're going to have an alert, and we're going to say alert image size should be less than 5 megabytes, and then we're going to return. So that's an error, obviously, if they try to upload something too large. If not, then we're going to say set selected image, and this is going to be equal to the file that the user uploaded, and then we're going to read this in like a file. So we're going to say const reader is equal to new file reader. We're going to say reader dot on load end. Okay, and this is going to be a function, and for the function we're going to say set image preview, and this is going to be reader dot result, and then this is going to be as string, and let's fix the function here. And then we're going to say reader dot read as data URL the file. So basically what this code's going to do here is it's going to read in this file and generate a base 64 encoded URL that we can use to display the file as an image in our UI. There's multiple ways to go about doing this, but this is just the way that I went with here. So that's kind of what I'm setting up here. So I'm saying, hey, once we finish loading, which is what's going to happen when we run this line right here, then set the image preview as whatever the result of the reader is as a string, which means it's just going to be a URL that will then render the image for us. Okay, so that is handling the image select. Now we're going to write another function called handle remove image, which is just going to set the image to null. So it's going to say set selected image to null, and it's going to say set the image preview to null as well. Okay, so now that we have that, we need to write a little bit of code here to actually display the image. So in between our text area and our input, we're going to add a media container. So we're going to add a div. In the div, we're going to say class name is equal to, and this is going to be the media input container. Then we're going to have a label. This will say upload image. We're going to have a space. We're going to have the class name equal to image upload and then label. And then actually before we have the upload image, we're going to put an icon here. So we're going to say FA image, and then we're going to say class name is equal to, and this is going to be the image icon. And then we'll close that icon. And then in the label, we're going to have an input. Okay, so let's put the input here, and the input is going to say type is equal to file. We're going to have accept equal to image slash, and this is going to be asterisk, just meaning accept any type of image. We're then going to say on change is equal to the handle image select, and we're going to have a quick style here, and we're just going to say that this is display and then none. Okay, now let me format this document. And then actually within this div, but beneath the label, we are going to display the image if we have one to show. So we're going to say if image preview, then we're going to display a div. Let's close that. We're going to say class name is equal to, and this is going to be the image dash preview dash container. In the div, we're going to have an image. So we're going to say image src is equal to the image preview. We're going to say alt is equal to preview. Class name is equal to image dash preview. And that will be it for our image. Then beneath our image, we're going to have a button to remove the image. So we're going to say button. We're going to have the IOMD close icon here. We're going to have type is equal to button. We're going to have class name is equal to remove image button. And then we're going to have our on click after I format this quickly, which is going to say handle remove image. Okay, so that is that in terms of displaying the image on the screen and selecting the image. We still have not written the code to upload the image, but let's first see if this is working. Okay, so we can see now we have the option to upload an image. So if I press on this and I don't know what one I want to upload, let's upload one of my thumbnails here. You can see that it shows us the preview, so that's working. And then we have the X button here on the image and we can close it. Okay, sweet. So that's working. Next thing we want to do is generate the upload URL to upload this image. So inside of the handle submit is where we're going to do this, and we're going to do it before we create the post. And that's one of the reasons why we have this try catch block, because there's some more code that we need to handle here. So we're going to go where it says set is submitting, and we're going to say let the image URL equal undefined to start. Then we're going to check if we have a selected image, because we won't always have an image. In fact, most times we won't. And we're going to say if we have a selected image, then we want to generate the upload URL for this image. So we're going to say const upload URL equals await, and then generate upload URL. That's our mutation that we're calling from the backend. Okay, then we're going to say const result is equal to await, and we're going to use a JavaScript fetch and send a post request to this URL to upload our image. So we're going to say upload URL, and then we're going to say the method is equal to post. We're then going to say the headers, and this is going to be in a string content dash type, and this is going to be selected image dot type. Okay, so we know what type that is. And then we're going to say body is the selected image. Okay, sweet. So that's going to upload that result. We're then going to say if not result.ok. So if we had an error, then we're just going to throw new error, and we're going to say failed to upload image. So then later on that'll get caught in our catch and we won't end up creating this post. Okay, now if this is okay, so if we were able to upload this, we're going to say const storage ID is equal to await result.json, and then we're going to say the image URL is equal to the storage ID. Okay, so we can look at this here. The storage ID is going to be like a reference to this image, and then we can upload that as a part of our post. Okay, so now for our post, we're just going to say the storage ID is equal to the storage ID, or sorry, to the image URL. And if we don't have an image URL, that is fine. It'll just be undefined, and then we won't have an image associated with this post. Okay, so we can test this out now by trying to make a new post. So if we go here, we're in programming. Okay, let's go upload image. Yeah, let's actually, wait. Let's go back to our /programming. Just want to make sure we're kind of refreshed here. Let's go post again. We're going to say, check out this cool thumbnail. What do you think? And then let's upload this image again and press post. Okay, so it says it's posting. All right, there we go. Looks like it was posted. Obviously, it's not showing up because we're not displaying the post yet, but if we go back here now, we should see that we have another post, and it does actually have a reference to an image, okay? So there you go. Now the image has been uploaded. Sweet. Okay, so now obviously the next step is to display our posts. We're not really sure if they're working or what they look like unless we're able to see them. So let's move on to doing that. Now I'm going to go into post.ts here in my backend because I need to write actually a fair amount of code here in order to fetch my posts correctly. Now my posts, as you might remember from looking at the schema, they have a subject, body, and then they have a subreddit, an author, and an image. Now notice that the author is just a reference to the author's table, or to the, users table. And subreddit, same thing, it's a reference to the subreddit table. So what I actually want to do is I want to kind of parse through my posts, and I want to insert information about, for example, the author, including their username, or maybe any other information that we want. And then same thing with the subreddit, I want to include the name of the subreddit, not just the ID. Because again, if we go back to the schema, right now we're just containing like this reference to the IDs in the other tables. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at the subreddit's ID, and then we're actually going to go to the subreddit table, grab the name of the subreddit, and then include that in information that we return back about the post. You'll see what I mean in a second, but this is going to involve writing a good amount of code that kind of creates an enriched version of our posts that contains all of the content we would need on the front end in order to render them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a type up here, and I'm going to call this an enriched post. Okay, now this is going to be equal to omit. This is a TypeScript type, and then we're going to say doc, which we're going to import in 1 second, of post, and then subreddit. Okay, and I'm going to import doc ID from ./_generated/data model. Okay. Now you're going to see how this will work in 1 second, but we're going to say that, and we're going to include the following. Author, username is going to be of type string, or this could be undefined because it's possible the author is maybe deleted or they removed their account after they made this post. Sometimes that happens. Then we're going to say subreddit, okay, and this is going to contain an underscore ID, and this is going to be ID of subreddit. Okay, and sorry, this needs to be lowercase ID. Then we're going to have the name of the subreddit, which will be a string, or this could be undefined because, again, it's possible the subreddit was deleted after the post was made. Then we're going to say image URL * equal to a string. So what I'm doing here is defining a new type that's going to contain information about my post. And I just realized I made a mistake when I was typing this, so I'm just going to fix this here. So we have omit, and if you look at omit, construct the type with the properties of T except for those in K. So what I'm doing is taking all of the properties of post and removing the ones that are from subreddit and then adding in the specific ones that I want. Okay, so this is our type enriched post. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to define some error messages that we're going to need to use in a second as a constant. So I'm going to say const error messages are equal to, and we're going to say post underscore not found, and this is just going to be post not found. Okay, I'm then going to say subreddit not underscore found, and this will be equal to subreddit not found. And then lastly, we're going to have unauthorized underscore delete, and let's spell authorized correctly, and this is going to be equal to you can't delete this post, because we're going to be able to delete posts in 1 second. Now we're going to render that as a constant, okay, and we're going to use those in a minute. Okay, so we have our create mutation. So what I want to do now is I want to write a helper function that's going to take a post and it's going to add the information about that post author and the subreddit that that post is inside of. So this is going to be called an async function get enriched post, okay? Is going to take in our context, which is going to be the query ctx, and then it's going to take in post, which is going to be a document of type post. Okay, now this is going to return a promise, and the promise is going to contain an enriched post. Okay, so what we're going to do, first of all, let's format this, is we're going to grab information about the author and the subreddit. So we're going to say const author subreddit equals await promise.all. And then inside of here, we're going to say ctx.db.get, and we're going to get the post.author ID. We're then going to say ctx .db.get, and we are going to get the subreddit. Okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to get this ID directly from our database. So it's going to get the ID of the author, get the ID of the subreddit, which is going to give me that object. So I'll then have all the information about the subreddit and all the information about the author, and I can add that to my post. I'm then also going to grab a URL for my image. So I'm going to say const image is equal to post.image and await ctx.storage.get URL and then post.image. So again, what we're storing in the post is kind of the ID of the image in storage. And if we want a URL where we can render that, then we need to write this code right here. Now that we have all the information that we need, we're going to return ... post, and then we're going to override some of the values. So we're going to add author, and we're going to say author question mark, and then this is going to be username author.username or undefined. Okay, we're then going to have subreddit, and this is going to be underscore ID subreddit. We're going to use a bang because we know this is going to exist. And then we're going to say name, and this is going to be subreddit exclamation point dot name. Okay, then we're going to have the image URL, and this is going to be equal to image question mark or undefined. Okay, so either we have the image or we don't. If we don't have the image, then we'll just return undefined. So this is enriching our post with the information that we need in order to render it and actually have everything that we need to show on the front end. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write another function that is essentially going to use this function for multiple posts. Okay, so I'm going to say async function get enriched posts, and this is posts with a plural. Okay, not just post. We're going to take in ctx, which is going to be our query ctx again. And we're going to have, what else are we going to have here? Posts, which is going to be a doc of posts, but it's going to be an array this time because there's going to be multiple posts that we want to get information for. This time we're going to return a promise, and the type of the promise is going to be the enriched, okay, enriched post, but in array. And we're going to return the following. We're going to return promise dot all. So we're going to do this concurrently, and we're going to say posts dot map, and then we're going to take in post, and we're going to say get enriched post ctx and post. Okay, let me format this. All I'm doing with this function here is I'm saying, okay, if we have multiple posts that we want to enrich, and a lot of times we will, if we're getting all of the posts related to a subreddit or for a user or something along those lines, then we can pass it to this function. So again, what this post is going to do is just use promise.all to be able to grab all of the enriched posts that we need if we're going to be getting multiple at a time, which we will oftentimes. And it's going to do this a lot more efficiently than if we did it one by one because we're using promise.all, so it will run concurrently. Okay, so now that we have that, we want to start adding some queries in order to actually get the posts. So let's start by trying to get an individual post based on its ID, and then we can get all of the posts that are inside of a subreddit, all of the posts for a user. You get the idea. We'll just write kind of all of the backend logic for retrieving the posts right now, and then later on we can actually view them on the front end. So we're going to say export const get post is equal to query. And inside of query, we are going to have our args. For the args, we're going to take in an ID, and this is going to be v.id of post. Okay, then we are going to have our handler, which is going to be, again, an async function, which is going to take in our ctx and our args. And what we're going to do is grab our post. So we're going to say const post is equal to await ctx.db.get. And then this is going to be the args.id. Then what we're going to do is just check to make sure the post exists. So we're going to say if not post, then return null. Otherwise, we're going to say return get enriched post, and then ctx and post. Okay, so that's it for getting an individual post. But now let's write some queries that get all of the posts contained within a subreddit and all of the posts that a specific user has written. So let's quickly go back to our schema and notice that we have these two indexes, right? By subreddit and by author. That's going to allow us to quickly look up this information. And let me show you how we use the index. So I'm going to say export const and then get subreddit posts like this. This is going to be equal to a query again. For the query, we're going to define our arguments. We're going to take the subreddit name. This is going to be v.string. And then we're going to have our handler. And this is going to be, again, an async function, takes in ctx and args. And what we're going to do is return from this function a bunch of enriched posts. Okay, so actually we can write that here if we want to be more clear. We could say promise enriched post like that. Then in our handler, we're going to begin by getting the subreddit. So we're going to say const subreddit is equal to await ctx.db dot, and actually we're going to have to query this time. And we're going to query on subreddit, and we're going to say dot filter. And we're going to filter the following way. We're going to say q, and then this is going to be q.eq. Then we're going to say q.field. The field is going to be name, and we're going to look for that to match with our args.subreddit name. Okay, so what we're doing is trying to grab information about our subreddit, and then we're going to say dot unique. The reason we need to do this is because we're looking at the subreddit's name, not its ID. So based on its name, we're going to find its entry inside of the database, and then we can grab its ID, and from there we'll be able to grab all of the posts. So we're going to say if not subreddit, then simply return an empty array. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to say const posts is equal to await ctx.db.query, and we're going to query on the post table. But this time we're going to say with index, and we're going to use the index by subreddit. And the subreddit we're looking for is the following. It's going to be q.eq, and then we're looking for subreddit to match with the subreddit._id. Okay. Then we're going to say .collect, which is going to collect all of the elements. Okay. So the way this works is we said, okay, we want to query the posts. Since we want to get all of the posts that are associated with a particular subreddit, we can use the index. When we use the index, this is going to be a lot more efficient because of the way that the data is organized. So we don't need to actually scan the entire table. And then we can say, okay, we're looking for all of the posts where the subreddit ID is equal to the ID of the subreddit that we're looking for. We're going to collect those, and then we're going to return them. So we're going to say return get enriched posts, and we're going to pass ctx and our posts. Okay, so that's why we wrote that helper function. This will then give us all of those enriched posts for a specific subreddit. Okay, so that is good, but now I want to write another one to get all of the posts for a specific user. So we can actually copy this exact same thing, and we're just going to change a few things. So rather than get subreddit posts, we're going to say, we'll just go actually user posts like this. For the user, we're just going to take in the author username. So this should work for any user, not just the one that's signed in. And then rather than getting the subreddit, we're going to get the user. So we're going to say const user is equal to await ctx.db. This time we're going to query on users, and we're going to query the field, which is the username equal to the args.author username. Okay, we're going to say if not user, then we'll return an empty array. Otherwise, we're going to grab the post, but this time we're going to do it by our author, okay, the other index that we wrote. This time we're going to change this to say author ID, and this is going to be the user._id. Okay, so now we are almost done in this file, but I'm just going to write the mutation for deleting a post. So I'm going to say export const delete post. This is going to be equal to a mutation. The mutation, again, is going to have args. This is going to be id v.id, and then posts. Then we're going to have a handler. Okay, this is going to be async ctx, okay, and args, and this will be a function. Then what we're going to do is say const post is equal to await ctx.db.get the args.id. So we're going to try to grab the post that the user wants to delete. Why is this not working? We need to change this to say post, not posts. So anyways, we're going to try to grab the post that the user wants to delete, and we're going to make sure that they own that post before we allow them to delete it. So first of all, we're going to make sure the post exists. So we're going to say if not post, then throw a new convex error, and this can say message, and then this is going to be the error message dot, and then post not found. Okay. Now, otherwise, we're going to grab the user. So we're going to say const user equals await get current user or throw. So we're going to see who's currently signed in that's calling this function. And we're going to say if the post dot underscore, or sorry, not underscore, dot author ID does not equal the user dot underscore ID, that means that this user is trying to delete a post that they don't own. So we're going to throw a new, and this again will be convex error, and the message will be error messages dot and then unauthorized delete. Okay. Now, if these are not the case, it means this user can delete the post. So we can simply delete it by saying await and then ctx.db.delete, and then we can just delete args.id. Okay. So that is the delete post mutation, which we will use later on. Okay. So now that we have all of these mutations for getting all of the posts, we obviously want to be able to display a post. So we're going to go and we're going to make a new component called postcard.tsx. Okay, now this component, I'm not going to lie to you, is pretty long because there's a lot of stuff we need to display within a post. For example, we have images. At some point, we're going to have comments and upvotes and downvotes. We're going to have the author. We're going to have the subreddit. There's just a lot of things going on in this component, so bear with me while I write this. We're going to do it kind of one step at a time, and then obviously we need to render the postcard component from the different places where posts will appear. So let's go up to the top of the program. Let's start importing a few things that we're going to need. So I'm going to say import fa reg comment alt and fa trash, the delete icon from, and this is going to be react icons /fa. I'm then going to import the tb arrow big up and the tb arrow big down from react icons /tb. I'm then going to import the link and the use navigate from react router DOM. I'm then going to import the use mutation and the use query from convex react. I'm then going to import API from .. convex /generated /API. I'm then going to import ID from .. convex and then /_generated /data model. I'm then going to import the use user from @clerk, and then this is not going to be backend. This is going to be Clerk React for the front end. And then we are almost done. We're going to import the styles. So we're going to say import .. styles /postcard.css. Okay, now we're going to write a few different interfaces for displaying our various components. And I'm going to split these components into subcomponents so they're a little bit easier to understand. So I'm going to say interface post. For our post, I'm just going to display the information we're going to have about our post. So I'm going to have ID and then post. I'm going to have subject string. I'm going to have body string. I'm going to have underscore creation time, which is actually going to be a number. I'm going to have author underscore ID, which is going to be a string. I'm going to have image URL, which is going to be a string. I'm going to have author question mark, which is going to be username string. And then I'm going to have subreddit question mark, and this is going to be name string. Okay, this is the information about the post that I need to know. Then I'm going to have a few other interfaces defined for the props for my various components. So I'm going to have interface post card props. Okay, and this is going to be post, so it's going to display the post that we want. And then we're going to have show subreddit, okay, question mark boolean, because sometimes we want to display the subreddit, sometimes we don't. And then I'm going to have expanded view question mark boolean, because we're going to allow this postcard to be like kind of a small preview where it just shows the title and the image and like a few other pieces of information. Then the expanded view where it allows you to view things like the comments, all of that kind of stuff. Okay, So we're going to have that. Next, we need a few other interfaces. We're going to have an interface for our post header props. Okay, this is going to be the header of our post. So we're going to have author, username, string. Okay, we're going to have subreddit, and then name, string. We're going to have show subreddit, which is a Boolean, and then the creation time, which will be a number. Okay, we're then going to have another interface. This is going to be the post content props. Okay, and this is going to say subject, string. Then we're going to have body, question mark, string. Then we're going to have image, question mark, string, and expanded view, which will be a Boolean. Okay, now we're going to start actually writing some of these components. So we're going to start actually with the post header. So we're going to say const post header is equal to the following. This is going to take in the author, the subreddit, the show subreddit, and the creation time. And this is going to come from the post header props. Okay. Then for the post header, we're going to have a return here, and we're going to return a div. And this is going to be class name equal to the post header. Inside the div, we're first going to check to make sure that we actually have an author. The reason why I'm checking this is it's possible that the author was deleted, but the post still exists. You'll see that a lot on Reddit, actually. So I'm going to say author, question mark, and then we're going to display a link. If we do have an author, this link is going to go to that author's profile. So it's going to be, actually, let's fix this, backticks, and then /u/, and then we're going to embed the author's name. So we're going to say author.username. Then inside of the link, it's going to say u/ and then author.username. Okay, so that's going to be our link if the author does exist. If the author does not exist, we're going to render a span. Now this span will have a class name, which is equal to post author, and it's going to say u/deleted, okay, to indicate that the author was deleted. Okay, and now let's format this so that we can actually read it. Okay, sweet. So that's the first part of our post header. We have this div. Now beneath here, we're going to have the following. We're going to say show subreddit and subreddit exists. If that's the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to render a fragment. And inside the fragment, we're going to have a span. Okay. The span is going to have a class name equal to post and then dot. And then what we're going to do here is display like a hyphen or a dot. Okay. Whatever you want to display, I'll just go with a hyphen. Now let's format this, okay, format like that. Now beneath the span, we're gonna have a link to the subreddit. So we're gonna say this is gonna go to backticks, and this is gonna be /r/ and then $ subreddit.name. Then we're gonna have the class name equal to post and then subreddit. And then we're gonna say r/ and then this is gonna be the subreddit .name. Okay, so all we're doing right now is we're writing the header of the postcard that displays the post, and we're going to have, for example, in the left side, the user's name, then we're going to display the subreddit this was posted to, and then we are going to display the time this was posted. So beneath this, assuming that the subreddit exists and we are displaying the subreddit, I'm going to have another post dot, and I'm going to put a span, and I'm going to say class name is equal to post timestamp, and what I'm going to do inside of here is I'm going to render a date. So I'm going to say new date of creation time dot to locale string. Okay, and that is going to be the header of my post. Okay, now that we have the header of the post, we want to display the content of the post. So I'm going to say const post content is equal to, and same thing, this needs to be a function. Okay, here we're going to have the subject, the body, the image, and the expanded view. This is going to come from the post content props. Then we need to render the components. We're going to say return a fragment inside the fragment, we're going to have, first of all, checking if we are in expanded view. If we're in the expanded view mode, that means we want to display all of the details about this post. So we're going to have a fragment, end the fragment. We will have something else that we'll display here in a second, which will be a div. So let's just write this in now so that we don't get yelled at. Okay, inside of the fragment, we're going to have an h1. The h1 is going to have class name, which is equal to the post dash title, and then we're going to be displaying the subject of our post. Okay, now let's just get this to format so that it's a little bit easier to read. Okay, now beneath the h1, we're going to check if we have an image. If we have an image, we're going to display that image. So we're going to say image and then we're going to have a div with class name equal to the post image container. And then we're going to display our image. So we're going to say image here. We're going to say the source of the image is equal to the image. The alt is equal to post content. And then the class name is equal to post dash image. Okay, very good. So that is if we are in expanded view. And then actually below this image, we also want to display the body. So we're going to say body and then we're going to display a paragraph tag with class name equal to post dash body, and we are going to display the body. Okay, let's format that. Very nice. All right, now if we are not in the expanded view, then what we're going to show is a little bit different. It's going to be a preview. So we're going to say class name is equal to the preview dash post. We're then going to have a div, a div, okay? And then inside the div, we're going to have an h2. We're going to have class name equal to the post dash title. We're going to have the subject inside of that h2. Then we're going to have the body and then same thing. We're going to display the post body. So we can just copy this right here and put that here. And then we want to display a preview of the image. So in another div beneath this, we're going to say image and then we are going to actually have the same thing as before, but this time we're going to add another class. So rather than post image container, we're also going to have small dash image as an additional class name here, which will make this smaller and like a preview. And there you go. That is going to complete our post content. So now we have our post header and our post content, and we need to combine those together in the post component or the post card. So we're going to say const post card is equal to, and again, we're going to take these in from our post card props. We're going to have a post. We're going to have a show subreddit and an expanded view. Okay. Now what we're going to do is start writing some state. So first we're going to say const show comments, set show comments. And we're going to handle comments later, but we're going to start setting it up now. And we're going to say this equal to use state and then expanded view. So if we are in expanded view, then we will show the comments. Otherwise we will not. And this also means we need to import use state. So let's just import that from React. Okay. Next, we're going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate. And we're going to say const user is equal to get or not get use user. The reason why we need this is we need to know if the user is the author of the post or not. Now we're going to write a variable right here, and we're going to say const owned by user or by current user is equal to, and this is going to be post dot author question mark dot username is equal to the user question mark dot username. Okay. So if the post author is the same as this author, then it means it's owned by this current user, and that means that this user should be able to delete it, which we're going to look at later. Okay, now we're just going to stub a few functions here, and then we're going to write the kind of rendering of the post. So we're going to say const handle comment, okay, and then this will handle a comment. We're going to say const handle delete, okay, this is going to be async and handle the delete. We're going to say const handle submit comment. Okay, and this is going to be a function that's going to take in the content as a string and Let's do this properly, and it will do something there. And now we can write the rest of our code. Okay, so now we're going to have a return, and we're going to return a div. It's going to have class name equal to, and this is going to be post-card. And then we're going to put inside of here expanded view question mark. If it's expanded, we're going to put the expanded class. Otherwise, we're going to put nothing. Okay, so that's going to be our class. Then we're going to have a div. We're going to say the class name is equal to the post content, and we're going to render the post header, and we're going to render the post content like that. Okay, now there'll be some other things that we'll show as well, but for now, this is okay. So we're going to go to post header, and we're going to fill in the props. So we're going to say author is equal to post.author. We're going to say the subreddit is equal to post.subreddit question mark. Otherwise, we'll say the name is equal to deleted. Then we're going to have the show subreddit. Okay, subreddit like that is going to be equal to show subreddit. And why is that not working? It's because it's inside the brace. Okay, so let's move it outside of the brace and let's format so we can read it again. Okay, show subreddit. Why is this wrong? Boolean or undefined is not assignable to type Boolean. Show subreddit, Boolean or undefined. Why is that the case? Let's go up and fix this. Okay, so we can fix this by just saying show subreddit is equal to false like that. So now it has a default value if we don't pass it. Okay, so show subreddit is good. And then what else do we need for the post header? Well, we are going to need the creation time, which is post._creation time. Okay, now let's do the post content. For the post content, we need the subject. So subject is equal to post.subject. We're going to need the body. So that is post.body. We're going to need the image if we have one. So that's going to be post.image URL. And then we're going to have expanded view is equal to expanded view. Okay, and same thing. We're just going to make this equal to false. In case we don't post it, then by default, it will be expanded view false. Okay, now beneath this in the post content, we are going to just have some post actions for things like deleting the post. So we're going to say div class name is equal to post-actions. And we're going to have a few buttons here. So the first button, let's define it. This is going to be class name equal to action button. Okay, and this is actually going to be to leave a comment. So we're going to say FA and then reg comment alt like that. And then beneath this, we're going to have a span, and eventually we're going to display what the count of the comments are. But for right now, we're just going to say 0 comments. Okay, so that's going to be one button, and we're going to say on click, this is going to be equal to handle comment. The idea will be if you press on that comment button, then it's going to bring up the kind of input in order to actually make a comment. Okay, then we're going to have the following. We're going to say if this post is owned by the current user, then we will display this. So we're going to display a button, which will allow them to delete it. So we're going to say class name is equal to action button and to delete button. And we're going to say on click will be equal to the handle delete function. Now inside of the button, we're going to have the FA trash icon, and we're going to have a span that says delete. Okay, let's format, and there we go. Okay, now, of course, we need to display things like comments, upvotes. There's more stuff to put here inside of this component, but for now, at least, we have enough so we can display the posts. So I'm going to say export default post card, and now we can start rendering this postcard on multiple different pages. Okay, so the easiest place in order to display our post is going to be on the post page, where we'll get a post based on its ID. So we're going to go in here and we're going to start writing the logic to render a post based on the ID. So bear with me, we're almost ready to test this. So we're going to say import use params like that, and then we're going to import the use navigate as well from React router DOM. We're then going to say import use query from Convex /React, and then we're going to import API from // Convex /_ generated post/API. We're then going to import the post card that we just wrote, and we're going to import an arrow icon, just allowing us to go back. So we're going to say import FA arrow left from, and this is going to be react-icon/FA. Okay. Now on the post page, we're going to begin by just getting the ID of the post that we want to view. So we're going to say const post ID is equal to use params. And again, because we have a parameter in the kind of URL here, we're able to extract that out. We're then going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate, like that. And then we're going to use the query from our backend. So we're going to say const post is equal to use query. This is going to be API.post.getPost. And we're going to pass as our ID, we're going to pass our post ID. Okay, perfect. Next, what we're going to do is make sure that we have a post. So we're going to say if not post, then we are going to return a div. We're going to say class name is equal to post-page, and then loading. And then we're going to have another div, and we're going to say class name is equal to container, and this is going to say loading ... So if this is undefined, we'll just say that we're loading the post, and then we can go here and we can return the actual content for the post and remove this return here. So for this div, we're going to give it a class name equal to the post page. We're then going to have a div. This is going to be class name equal to container. We're then going to have another div because we're going to have kind of like a header for this post that's going to give you a way to go back to the previous page. So we're going to have class name equal to the page dash header. Then for this div, we're going to have another div. This is actually going to have an on click on it. This on click is just simply going to navigate back. So it's going to say navigate -1. Now, when you navigate -1, that just means go back to the previous page. We're then going to have class name equal to a back link. And we're going to have style equal to cursor pointer, so that when someone hovers on this div, they know that they can press it. Okay, now inside of here, we're going to have FA arrow left like this. Okay, let's make this self-enclosed, and then we're going to put back. Okay, so this is just going to be a back button that allows them to go back to the previous page. Then inside of the container, but beneath the header, we're going to render our post card. So we're going to say post card, post is equal to post, show subreddit is equal to true, and expanded view is equal to true. Okay, format that, and now we have our post page. So let's try this now. Now the way that we're going to do this, that's the wrong link. Let's go to this one here, is we're going to find one of our posts, preferably one of the ones that has the image. And I'm just going to copy its ID. Okay, so let me just click in here and let's grab the ID and copy that. Okay, now let's refresh. And we're going to go to /post/ and then I'm just going to paste the ID in here without the quotation marks. And let's see if that renders. And there you go. Now we get our post. You can see that it's showing us the name of the user, the name of the subreddit, the creation time. It has the title. It has our cool thumbnail here. By the way, that's a really good looking thumbnail, guys. And then it has what do you think, and also has the ability to delete because we're the ones who own this post. Okay, sweet. And we can press back. It will bring us back to the page we were on previously. Okay, so that looks to be working from the post page. Now what we want to do is view all of the posts that are included in the subreddit, or all of the posts for a particular user, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're going to go back actually to our backend to subreddit.ts. Now, inside of this get query for the subreddit, we're going to include a query that will grab all of the posts that are contained in that subreddit so that we can then render them on the subreddit page. So below this if statement here, we are going to grab all of the posts in this subreddit. Now, to do that, we can say const posts is equal to await ctx.db.query, and then we can query the post table with the index. Yes, we're going to say with index. The index is going to be by subreddit. And then same as before, we're going to say q, and then this is going to be q.eq. Then we will say subreddit and subreddit dot underscore ID. And then let me just format this so we can see it. Okay, then we're going to say dot collect. And now we'll get all of the posts that are in this subreddit. So now that we have these posts, what we want to do is we want to use those same functions, the get enriched posts that we had here in our post.ts. So we're just going to export this, export async function, get enriched, sorry, and this should be the posts because we want the plural. Okay, so export that. We're going to import this. So we're going to say import get enriched posts from /post. And then we're going to use this to get our enriched posts. So we're going to say const posts, we'll say enriched posts is equal to get enriched posts. And then we can pass our CTX and our posts. We also are going to need to await this. So let's await that. And then rather than just returning the subreddit, we're going to return ... subreddit. And then we're going to have posts, and we'll return the enriched posts. Okay, so that should work for now giving us all of the posts that are contained in a subreddit. And let's see how we can render that now on the subreddit page. So let's go to the subreddit page. Let's go and import our post card. So we're going to say import post card like that. Then where it says no posts yet, we can actually start rendering the different posts if we have any of them. So we can do something like this. We can say subreddit dot posts question mark dot length is equal to 0 question mark. If that's the case, then we can display this div. Otherwise, we can render all of the posts. So we can say subreddit dot posts question mark dot map, and then we can say map all of the posts. And for every single post, we want to display a post card. And for the post card, we're going to have key is equal to the post dot underscore ID, and the post is equal to our post. Okay, so that should be good. That should actually display all of the posts for us now for each subreddit. So let's try this out. Let's go here and notice that right away I didn't even have to refresh because I told you again, this is syncing in real time. We now have the test post and we have this checkout cool thumbnail. We're not showing them with the expanded view. So you can see we get kind of a preview of the image and we get a smaller version of the post. And what we're going to do is make it so later when you click on, for example, comments, or you click into the post, it's going to view the whole post. You can view all of the comments, all of that kind of stuff. Okay. Nice. Now, the next thing we want to do is make it so when you go to a user's profile page, so for example, you/Python programmer, you're able to view the post that that user has made. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're going to go to the profile page, which we haven't yet written, and we're just going to write the profile page to display information about the user, as well as to display all of those posts. So we're going to go up to the top here, and we're going to say import use params from the React router DOM. We're then going to import the use query from Convex/React. We're going to import the API from /convex/generated/API. And we're going to import the post card because we need to display users' posts. Now we're going to start by just grabbing the username. So to do that, we can say const username is equal to use params. Then we can get some information about the user post. So we can say const post is equal to use query, and we can say API dot post dot user posts, and we can say the author username is the username like that. And we will just add or empty string in case the username is empty so that we don't get an error here. Okay. So now, similar to what we've done before, we're just going to check if the user has any posts. So we're going to say if the post is equal to undefined, then we're going to return a div. We're going to say class name is equal to the content container. We're going to say div class name is equal to the profile header. We're going to say h1. And then it's going to be you/the username. And then beneath the header here, we're going to have another div. And we're going to say class name is equal to loading. And we're just going to say loading posts. because remember, if this is undefined, if the query is undefined, that means it's currently loading. So if it's loading, we're just going to display kind of this nice loading view. Now, if it's not loading, we're going to display the following. So we're going to change this div to say class name equal to the content container. We're going to have a div class name equal to the profile header. Okay, we're going to have our h1 tag again here in lower cases. So let's fix that. This is just going to be u/username. We're then going to have a paragraph tag here, and we're actually going to display the number of posts that this user has. However, we're going to do that a little bit differently than you might expect in a little bit. I'm just going to change the color of this to say $7C, 7C, 7C, so we get kind of a nice gray. And we're going to say posts, and for now I'm going to put 0, but later we will display the count using kind of an efficient way of keeping track of counts. We'll talk about that later, but I just want to stub it in for now. Then we're going to say div name or div class name is equal to posts container. And then inside of here, we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to check if we have no posts. So we're going to say post.length, okay, is equal to 0. If that's the case, we'll have a div class name will be equal to no-posts. We'll end the div, and inside the div, we'll have a p tag that says no posts yet. Okay. Otherwise, if we do have some posts, then we're going to display them. So we're going to say post.map. We're going to take in our post, and we're going to return a post card. That post card is going to have key equal to post._id. And then we're going to have the post equal to the post, and we're going to have the show subreddit equal to true, and the expanded view will just leave as false. Okay, so that is going to complete our profile page. Later on, we're going to show some stats about the user, for example, how many upvotes, how many downvotes they have, things like the number of posts that they have. We can display that here, but for now, this is okay. And we can now test this out and make sure it's working. So now you can see it says u/Python programmer, 0 posts, and then it shows the posts that we have. Now it's saying 0 because I haven't actually filled in the number, but you can see that that's displaying that for our user. Sweet. If we click into programming, brings us to r/programming. If we go back and we click on the username, obviously page doesn't change because that's where we are. And then we can click on the username, brings us back here. We can make this look better if we want, but for now, this is totally fine. Okay, sweet. So we've got a lot of stuff done so far. Now what we want to do is make that delete post function work. So again, if we go back to our user, if we press on delete right now, nothing's happening. So we want to actually allow that delete button to, well, delete the post. So we're going to go back into our post card, and we're just going to add the mutation and the ability to delete the post. So later in this component, after the owned by current user within the post card component itself, I'm just going to reference the mutation to delete. So I'm going to say const delete post is equal to use mutation, and then I'm going to say api.post.delete post. Okay. Now, if I want to use that, I just need to write the code inside of handle delete. So inside of handle delete, we're just going to ask them, first of all, if they want to delete this. So a confirmation. So we're going to say if window.confirm, are you sure you would like to delete this? Question mark. Then what we're going to do is say await delete post. Okay, we're going to say ID is equal to the post._ID. All right. And then we're going to say if we're in the expanded view, what we're going to do is navigate back to the home page. Okay, we could navigate anywhere we want, but this is what I'm going to do for now. Okay, so ideally, this will delete the post for us now. So let's go back and test this, and I try to delete this one. It says you want to delete it. Okay, and notice it goes away right away, and I don't actually need to refresh the page, again, because of the sync feature that Convex has, which is very useful, especially for just getting stuff done in real time. Okay, so that is it for deleting. And now the next thing that we need to do is handle comments, specifically posting comments, viewing comments, and deleting comments. All right, so let's get going here with our comments. Now to do that, we're going to go into our schema, and we're going to make a new table here for defining the comments. Okay, so for our comments, it's going to look like this. We're going to say comments. Again, we need to define not a schema, but a table. For each of our comments, this is going to have some kind of content, which which I'm going to say will be v.string. It's going to have a post ID because we need to know, well, what post is this comment on? And then we're going to have an author ID, which is the person that left this comment. So we're going to say v.id and then users. Now we're going to add an index to our comments as well so we can look them up really quickly. So we're going to say by post, and then we're going to have the post ID. Now at this point, I do want to let you know that in terms of fetching a ton of posts and a ton of comments and like what could be, thousands of rows of information, typically to do that in the best practice, you want to use pagination. Now, Convex has built-in pagination features that you can use. I just don't want to make the tutorial any longer than it already is, so I'm not putting it in this. But if you go and check out the GitHub repository, one of the people that work at Convex is actually going to make a pull request there that includes how to add pagination. So if you're curious about how to make this more scalable so it works for, hundreds of thousands or millions of different rows, then you can check that out. Okay, so just keep that in mind for like things like a lot of comments or a lot of posts. You do want to paginate them. I'm not doing that right now just for simplicity, but later on you probably would want to add that feature. Okay. Anyways, we now have the comments defined in our schema, and now we're going to go and make a new file called comments.ts. Okay. Now inside of comments, we're going to write the different mutations in order to create the comment. Okay, so let's import mutation. Okay. Query from /generated/server. And this needs to be _generated/server. Okay, we're then going to import v from, and then this is going to be convex/values. We're going to import the get current user or throw, and then that will be it for our imports for now. Okay, after that, we're going to say export const create equals mutation, and for our mutation, we're going to have our arguments. In order to create a comment, we need to know what post you want to comment on and the content. So we're going to say content is v.string and post ID is v.id of post. Okay, then we're going to have our handler, which again will be an async function where we're going to take in the context as well as the arguments. And for our handler, we will define our user. We're going to say const user is equal to await get current user or throw with ctx. And we're going to say await ctx.db.insert and then comments. And then we need to specify we want to have content, which will be equal to the args.content. We want to have the post ID, which will be equal to the args.post ID. And then the author ID will just be the current user. So it's going to be user._ID. Okay, that's pretty much it. If we want, we can return the ID of this, but we don't have to. And that's it for creating a new comment. Now, while we're here, what I'm going to do is actually write a function which will get the comments as well for a particular post. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say export const get comments is equal to query. We're going to have args, and this is going to be the post ID. So pass me the post ID of the post you want to get the comments for. Okay, so it's going to say v.id and then post. Then same as before, we need our handler. Okay, it's going to be async ctx and then args as a function. And what we're going to start by doing is grabbing all of the comments based on a particular post using that index that we wrote. So we're going to say const comments is equal to await ctx.db.query the comments like that dot with, if we can specify this here, index, and then the index is going to be by post, and then we're going to say q and then q.eq, and then this is going to be post ID and post ID. Okay, and the post ID is, going to be coming from our args, so we'll say args.postid. Okay, then we're going to collect all of this, so let's write that and format, and there we go, we now have all of the comments for this particular post. Now, just like before, what we want to do is enrich these comments, and we want to get the username of the person who left this comment, not just the ID. So in order to do that, I'm going to write some logic here that will grab all of the unique usernames of the users that have left comments, and then we'll kind of embed that in each comment. So to do that, we're going to say const author IDs is equal to ... new set. So the reason why we're using a set here is I want to just get all of the unique IDs of users that have left a comment. I don't want to be fetching a user multiple times, because it's possible that one user commented 20 times or 100 times or 1,000 times. Well, I don't need to grab that user's username that many times. I just need it one time, even if they've left multiple comments on the same post. So I'm going to say ... new set, and then I'm going to say comments.map, and then I'm going to say comment, and then comment.author, and this is going to be the author ID, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to grab just a set of all of the unique author IDs, and then I'm going to grab all of their names. So to do that, I'm going to say const, and then authors is equal to await, promise.all, and then inside of here, I'm going to say author IDs.map, I'm going to say ID, and then ctx.db.get the ID. Now this needs to be author IDs, not authors IDs. Okay, so that will work properly. And now that we're getting information about the authors, what we're going to do is create a mapping from an author ID to their username, so that we can then grab the username for each comment. So we're going to say const author map is equal to a new map. Okay, and we're going to say authors dot map, and we're going to say author, and then this is going to be author bang._ID. This will be the key that we're specifying, associated with author bang.username. So now we have a map that contains all of the author's IDs mapped to their username. So now I can look up IDs in constant time and find the username for each author. So now lastly, we're going to say return comments.map, and we're going to say comment, and for each comment, we're going to return a new object. This is going to have all of the information from the comment previously. And then it's going to have author, username, author map, .get, and then comment.author ID. Okay, so this is just going to look up the username for every single author, for every single comment in the most efficient way possible. We could have made this shorter, but it would have been a little bit less efficient, so I wanted to write it a little bit better. So that's it for our comments.ts file. Now we want to be able to create comments and view those comments on our post. So we're going to go to our post card, and we're going to start writing the kind of front end code for viewing that. All right, so what we're going to do is inside of our post card, we're going to go up near the top, and we're going to add another interface, because now we're going to define a comment section subcomponent. So we're going to say interface comment section props. And we're going to say post ID is equal to ID of a post. We're then going to say comments, and just to keep things simple, I'm just going to say any. This isn't best practice, but I don't want to write the specific type for the comment right now, because it's just going to make it a bit longer than it needs to be. I'm then going to say on submit, and I'm going to say content string, and this is going to go void. And then I'm going to say signed in Boolean. Now we need to know if we're signed in, because if we are signed in, we can create a comment. If we're not signed in, we should not be able to make a comment. Okay, so now we're going to go down to the bottom, but just above our postcard. And we're going to make a new component called comment section. Okay, and this is what we're going to render, which will display the comments. So we're going to say const comment section. Okay, now this is going to have the comments, the on submit, and the signed in. And this is going to come from the comment section props. Okay, we are then going to do the following. We're going to say const new comment set new comment is equal to use state with an empty string. We're just going to write the handle submit right now, because it's just going to be pretty fast. So we're going to say const handle submit is equal to e. This is going to be react.form event. Okay, we're going to say e.prevent default. We're going to say if the new comment, okay, dot trim, if not new comment dot trim, then we're going to return, because, well, we need some content in order to make a comment. And then we're going to say on submit, and this is going to be the new comment dot trim, and then we're going to say set new comment equal to an empty string. Okay, so this is how we're going to make a comment. We're just going to call the onSubmit function, which will then use the mutation from the postcard component. Okay, so now let's render the form. So we're going to say return, and we're going to say div. This is going to be class name equal to the comments section. Inside of here, we're going to check if we are signed in. If we're signed in, then we're going to render the form. So we're going to say form class name is equal to the comment dash form. Okay, then we're going to have a text area for the comment. So we're going to say text area. We're going to say that the value here is equal to the new comment. We're going to say the onChange is equal to e, and then this is going to be set new comment e.target.value. We then are going to have placeholder equal to, and let's format this, and we can say, what are your thoughts? And then we can have the class name equal to comment and then input. Okay, comment dash input. Okay, so that's the text area. Then we need to have a button to submit the comment. So we're going to say button type is equal to submit. Class name is equal to comment submit. OnClick is equal to handle submit. And disabled is equal to not new comment. So if we don't have any comment written in yet, that don't allow us to comment. Now, we're just going to have the button say comment, and that's going to be our form. And then whether we're signed in or not, we're going to display all of the comments that we have. So we're going to say div class name is equal to the comments dash list. And then we're going to take our comments and we're going to map them to a comments component. So we're going to say comments dot, question mark dot map. Okay. Then we're going to say comment arrow function, and we're going to render a component here that we have not yet written. So let me just kind of make a comment to indicate that. So what we're going to do is actually make a new component now called comment.tsx. Okay, this one will not be too long, don't worry, where we're going to display information about a comment. So I'm going to say import ID from ... convex / generated / data model. I'm going to import a link from React router DOM, and I'm going to import the styles for my comment. So ... styles / comment.css. Now we're going to make a quick interface with the comment props. Okay, each comment is going to look like this. It's going to have an underscore ID, which will be equal to the ID of comments. We're going to have some content, which will be a string. We're going to have an author, potentially, which is going to have a username, potentially, and the username is going to be of type string. We then are going to have a creation time. Okay, creation time, which will be a number, and this is going to be underscore creation time because it's added by Convex. Okay, next we are going to say const comment is equal to a new component. This is going to have a comment, and it's going to be from the comment props. And then we are going to return a div. This is going to be class name equal to comment. We're going to have another div with class name equal to comment dash header. And then we'll start displaying information about the comment. Okay, so in the header, we're going to display the username with a link to go to that user's profile. So we're going to say comment.author ? .username. If we do have a username, then we're going to display a link. This link is going to go to, and this is going to be backticks, and then this will be /u/, and then we will have the user's username. So this will be comment.author.username. Okay. Then we're going to display the user's username. So we're going to say u/ and then that same thing, but this needs to go inside of a set of braces. Okay. Then that will be our link, but we need to add a class name to it as well. So let's go class name is equal to comment, and then this is going to be author. And then we need to have a colon, and we need to display the deleted username. So let me format this so you guys can read it. So inside of this span, we're going to have class name equal to comment author, like up there. But we're just going to say deleted because if the user no longer exists and their comment is still here, well, the user was deleted. Okay, now still within this div, but outside of this right here, so still in the header, we are going to display the timestamp that this was posted at. So we're going to say span class name equals comment dash dot, and then we're just going to do a hyphen. Then we're going to do another span, and this is going to be comment timestamp. And similar to what you saw before, we're going to say new date, and then this is going to be comment dot underscore creation time dot to locale, not date string, just to locale string. Okay, and then we are going to display the actual comment, which will go in a new div. So we're going to say div class name is equal to the comment content, and we will just say comment dot content like that. Okay, then we can export this, export default comment, and we can now use this from our post card. Okay, so I want to use a comment here, so I'm just going to import that component. So I'm going to say import comment from dot slash comment, and then we can go back down to where I had my comment here. Okay, and we can use the comment component. Now, when we use the comment component, we need to give this a key, and we also need to give it all of the props. So we're going to say key is equal to the comment dot underscore ID. And then what else do we need to pass here? We need to pass the comment itself. So we're going to say comment is equal to the comment. Okay, so let's format this, and then we're going to display this component now from postcard. So in postcard, we're going to go down inside of here. So there's going to be two div tags below us. And we're going to write the following. We're going to say show comments or expanded view, and then we're going to render the comment section component. So we're going to pass the post ID, which is going to be equal to the post dot underscore ID. Then we're going to say comments are equal to comments question mark or an empty array. We're going to look at that comments variable in 1 second, so just wait. We're then going to say on submit is equal to handle submit comment. Okay, let me format this. And then we're going to say signed in is equal to not user. Now, of course, before we can use this comments variable, we need to define it. So up here, we're going to write a query. So we're going to say const comments is equal to use query. The query is going to come from api.comments.getComments. And then we need to pass in here as the argument the post ID, which will be the post dot underscore ID. Okay, now while we're here, we'll also write the mutation for creating the comment. So we're going to say const create comment is equal to use mutation api.comments.create. Okay, and then format so that we can use that inside of our handler. So actually, let's go ahead and do that for handle comment and handle submit comment. So handle comment is when you press on that comment button, it's going to open up that comment form. So we're going to say if not expanded view, then I need to navigate to the post page so that we're able to actually view the full comment. So we're going to say navigate /post/ and then this is going to be the post dot underscore ID. Otherwise, if we are an expanded view, okay, so else, then it means we can just view the comment directly here. So we're going to say set show comments and then not show comments. So this just is toggling if we're showing the comments or not. So what I'm saying is, hey, if we're in the expanded view, then we can just show the comments or unshow them, depending on if they're shown or not shown right now. However, if we're not in the expanded view and it's like that little preview view, then we need to redirect to the post page in order to be able to view the comments directly. So that's what this is doing when we press on that comment button. Now we're going to go to handle submit comment here, and this is where we'll create the new comment. Very straightforward. We're just going to say create comment like that, and then this will say content, and then we'll pass the post ID equal to the post dot underscore ID. Okay, so just using the mutation, and now the commenting feature should be added. So we can try this out. let's go this. If we press on comments, notice it brings me to the post page now. I have this comments thing popping up. I can say hello world, press comment, give it a second, and then actually down here, you can see the comment is showing up. There's not much margin on the bottom, which I should probably add because it's a little bit difficult to view. Also, what the heck did I just do here with my Chrome? Let me fix this. Okay, sorry, I don't know what happened there, but anyways, you can see the comments. We can comment again. What's up? And you'll see that it shows up here, and we have the time that I commented, as well as a link to this user where I can click on them and see all of their posts. Okay, sweet. So the commenting is working. I think that is good for that. Now, the next thing that we want to do is start setting up some counts. So a lot of times, especially when we're dealing with something like Reddit, we want to be keeping track of how many comments we have on a post, or how many comments a user has made in general, or how many posts a user has. We have all of these different counts. Now, we can just simply read the database, right, and say, okay, let's read however many posts the user has, or however many comments they have, and sum those up or count them and display them. But that's not very efficient, and it requires a lot of database operations and can be very slow if all we want to know is just some basic like stats on the user. So what I'm going to show you how to use now is something known as the sharded counter, which is provided by Convex that allows us to very easily keep track of these kind of large number counts, especially in something like a social media site like we're building here. So I just went to the Convex components page here. I'll link this in the description, where we have a bunch of different components that we can use for our backend. So things like aggregate, geospatial, workflow, action retriever, sharded counter, that's the one that we're going to be using, migrations, Twilio. You guys get the idea, and they're going to be adding a lot more, so definitely check this out. But we're going to be looking at the sharded counter. Now, actually, if we go back here, it says this is a scalable counter that can increment and decrement with high throughput. So that's what we're going to be using it for, to keep track of things like the number of upvotes and downvotes, the number of posts, the number of comments, so that this works in a scalable fashion. Now, you can read through the docs to see exactly how this works, but what we're going to do is we're going to take this to start, and we're going to install the counter in our backend. So it says first step, install the component package. So we're going to just open up our terminal here. We're going to stop running the Convex backend, and we're just going to run this command, npm install @convex-dev/sharded counter. Okay, so that's going to take a second to install. While that installs, let's go back and copy the next thing, which is this right here. So what we need to do after this is configure the counter and add it to our application. To do that, we just take these 5 lines of code, and add it to a new file called convex.config.ts, where we can configure all of these, plugins, components, etc. So let's go to the Convex folder. Let's make that. That is what did they call this again? Convex.config.ts. Okay, inside of here, we're going to paste this, and now we will be able to use the sharded counter. So I'm going to rerun my backend here with npx convex dev, and now what we can do is create a new counter. Now we're going to start by using this counter simply for the comments and the posts, and then later when we handle the upvotes and downvotes, we'll use this as well. So I'm going to make a new file called counter.ts. Now inside of counter.ts, I'm going to create a new sharded counter, and we can use the same sharded counter for keeping track of all of our different counts. The way this works is that we simply have some kind of key, and that key has a count associated with it, and that can tell us the count of the number of comments on a post, or the number of upvotes on a post, or a downvote on a post. You'll see. So I'm going to say import, and then this is going to be components from ./generated/API. Okay, I'm then going to import the sharded counter. So I'm going to say import sharded counter from convex dev/sharded counter. I'm then going to import the ID from ./generated/data model. And then I'm going to make my counter object. So I'm going to say export const counts is equal to the new sharded counter. And for this, I need to initialize it with components.shardedCounter, and I can define the number of shards that I want to use. So the default shards, I'm just going to specify as 1. And you can see here that the more shards you use, obviously the higher throughput you'll have. The fewer shards, the lower latency will be when you query the counter. So in this case, we're just going to go with 1, but you can change it to anything that you want. And it says the default number is 16. Okay. So this is our sharded counter. Now we're going to have some different keys in order to keep track of the count. It's pretty straightforward. You just have an operation to increment, to decrement, and to query the counter. But in order to do that, you have to associate each count with a key. So I'm just going to write some functions here, which will generate kind of dynamic keys for keeping track of things like the comments, the posts, the upvotes, etc. So we're going to say export function and then comments or comment count key. And in order to do this, we're going to have a post ID, and this is going to be ID of a post. Okay. And then we're going to go here and we're simply going to return in backticks, comments, colon, and then the post ID. So what I'm saying is, okay, if we want to make a new count for the number of comments on a post, the way we'll do that is we'll just have a key called comments, and then we'll link it with the post ID. So it'll be unique for every single post. Now let's copy this and make another one for the posts. So we're going to change this to post count key. Rather than the post ID, we're going to take in the user ID. So this will be an ID on the user's table. And then we're going to have post. And here we're going to say the user ID. Okay. Now we're going to copy this again, and I'm going to do the same thing for upvoting and downvoting. So I'm going to say upvote key. Same thing, we'll take the post ID. Then we're going to have upvotes like this for the post ID. And then same thing, we'll just change this to say downvote key. And then this will be downvotes, and I think everything is good. Okay, so we have downvote key, upvote key, post, and comments key, which we're going to be using to store in the counter the different counts. Now we need to actually use this counter to increment and decrement the counts. So first things first, we can go to comments, and we can just increment and decrement the counter whenever we create a new comment. So it's quite simple to do this. What we're going to do is go to the top of our program, and we're going to say import counts and the comment count key from /counter. Okay, now what we're going to do is when we create a new comment, we're just going to increment the count. So to do that, we can just say await counts.increment, and then ctx, and then the comment count key, and then I can say args dot the post ID. Okay, so this is going to grab the key that we want to increment. We're doing inc, so we're just going to increment it by 1, and there we go. Now, if we want to get the count of our post, see how many comments there are, we can say export const get comments or get comment count. We'll make this equal to a query operation. For the query, we're going to have args. The args will be the post ID, so v.id, and then post like that. And then we're going to have our handler, which of course will be our async function. Okay, we're going to take in our ctx and our args. And all we need to do here is the following. We're going to say return await counts dot count ctx, and then comment count key, and then args dot post ID. Okay, so this is how you get the count. You just do dot count. It's going to read from all of the shards, and it's going to get whatever that count is and then return that to us. Okay, so now every time we make a new comment, it will add up. And when we want to view the counts, we can just get it from here. If we want to display that now, we're going to go to our post card, and we're just going to write a little bit of logic to display the number of comments for any given post. So to do that, we're going to find our post card component where it says comments. Beneath this, we can say const comment count is equal to use query api.comments.get comment count. And then we can just pass to this the post ID, which is going to be the post dot underscore ID. This is going to give us the number of comments. And then what we can do is where we display the number of comments, which is right here, we can just show that. So we can put a variable and we can say the comments count like that and display it. Okay, now if it is undefined, actually, we'll just do question mark 0. So if for some reason we don't already have this key added, so we don't have any comments yet, we'll just display 0. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit. So that should display the number of comments. Now keep in mind for the post that we already commented on, the count is going to be wrong because we weren't incrementing the counter when we first created that data. So we could go in there and manually adjust the count if we want to, or we can just see if it works when we add a new comment. So that's what I want to do for now. See, it's saying 0 comments, but really we do have 2 comments, again, because we weren't incrementing the count before. So if we do another one, again, say like hello world, we should see that now it says 1 comment. It could say test comment, and same thing. Now you see that it goes up to 2 comments, okay? So yes, it's incorrect because these comments, we didn't add the count when we added them originally. Okay, so that's working for our comments. If we want to test this, we can make another post. So let's go inside of r/programming and let's go post and just go test for counts. Okay, just go test and post. Now we can go here to comments and say just testing. Okay, comment that. And now you see we have 1 comment. Say another test. Okay, we have another comment. And if we go back here, you can see that now the comments are appearing properly. Okay, sweet. So the counts are working. Pretty straightforward to add that. The component makes it really easy in Convex. And now what we're going to do is add comments for the number of posts that a user has. So when we go here, rather than showing post 0, we're going to show the number of posts that that particular user has. So similarly to before, we're going to go to post.ts. And what we're going to do is make it so that when we create a post, we increment that count. And when we delete a post, which is possible as well, we decrement the count. So let's go to create, which is right here. And before we return the post ID, we actually need to import our count. So let's import that first. So we're going to say import counts, and then this is going to be the post count. I forget what I called it. So let's look at it here. The post count key. Okay, post count key from, and then this is, what is it? Our counter /counter.ts. Okay. Now what we can do is inside of create, we can say await counts dot increment, and this is going to be ctx, and then we're going to do the post count key, and we need to pass our user ID. So that's going to be our user dot underscore ID. Okay, so that's how we increment. Now let's copy that and let's go to where we have delete post. So let's find that, user post, delete post. Okay, same thing here. This time we're just going to change this to DEC for decrement, and this now will decrement the count. Okay, so that's good, but if we want to view the count, we need to kind of make a new function to give us that count. So I'm actually going to go inside of users.ts, and I'm going to write a function that just gives me some general stats about the user. Now, in this case, the only stats that we're going to get are just the user's name and the number of posts that they have, but later on we could add anything else that we want. So I'm just going to make this function called export const get public user. Okay, this is actually going to be equal to a query. And inside the query, again, we're going to have args. To get the public user, we're just going to have username is v.string. Then we're going to have our handler function, which is an async function. Again, this will take in the context and the args. Then we're going to say const user. So we're going to look up this user based on their username. So const user is equal to await ctx.db dot, and this is actually going to be query, because we're using the user's name. We're going to query on users using the index. The index is going to be by username. Okay, we're then going to have q. We're going to say q.eq. And we're going to type username and then get that from our args.username. Okay, then we will write our dot unique. Let's make sure that's in the right place. Okay, and then we're going to make sure the user exists. So we're going to say if not user, then we're simply going to return the posts are 0. Okay, otherwise we're going to get the post count. So we're going to say const post count is equal to await count dot count ctx, and then the post count key, and the user dot underscore ID. And we need to import this as well. So I'm just going to go here and import that from our counter. And then we're going to return the posts with the post count. Okay, So now based on a user's username, we can get the number of posts that they have and we can display that on their profile. So in order to use that, we're going to go actually back to the user's public profile. So we're going to go profile page and we're going to write another query here. So we're going to say const post counts is equal to use query. And we're going to say API dot users dot get public user. Then for the arguments, we need to pass the username equal to username or an empty string. So now this should give us the number of posts. So we can actually just call this maybe something like stats instead of post counts. And then where we're displaying the number of posts here, we're just going to say stats dot posts. And where is stats? Why is that giving me an issue? It says it could potentially be undefined. So let's say stats question mark dot posts. Question mark dot posts question mark 0 like that. So if this doesn't give us anything, then we will display 0. Okay, so that is good. Looks good to me. Now we can quickly test this. Of course, it's not going to be working right now because the posts that we add weren't incrementing the count. So anyways, let's make a new post though. So let's go into r/programming and let's go make a new post. Test for making new post. Okay, post count up 1. Let's post this. And then if we go to Python programmer, you can see it says that we have 1 post. And then if we delete a post, okay, let's delete it. It brings us down to 0 posts because it decremented the count. All right, so now that we've got the counting working for the posts and the comments, I want to start implementing upvotes. So the ability to upvote or downvote our posts, and then that'll eventually allow us to generate a leaderboard as well of some of the top posts every single day based on upvotes and downvotes. Okay, so to do that, we need to add some new stuff to our schema. So we're going to go into schema, and in the schema, we're going to create a new table for the upvoting and the downvoting. Okay, now you can say downvote, we'll start with that, is define table, and inside of here, we're just going to have a post ID, which will be v.id of post, and we will have a user ID, and this will be v.id of our users. Okay, now we're going to have some indexes here as well, so we can quickly look these up if we need to. So we're going to say by post, and then this is going to be post ID, and then same thing, we're going to make an index for the user ID. So we're going to say by user actually, and this will be user ID. Okay, now we're just going to copy the exact same thing for our upvotes. So change this from downvote to upvote, and rather than, actually, that's it. We don't need to do anything else. We can just leave this the exact same. Okay, sweet. So that's all we need for a vote. We don't need to have any kind of value or anything just because, well, we either have an upvote, we have a downvote, or we don't. And now we need to write our vote.ts file. So we're going to say vote.ts, and we're going to write kind of a reusable function here that will handle the ability to toggle an upvote or a downvote. So we're going to start by saying import mutation. We're also going to import the query, from /_generated/server. We're then going to import v from convex /values, and we're going to import the get current user or throw and the get current user from ./user. We're also going to import the counts from ./counter. And before I forget, in the counter file, we had written this upvote key and downvote key. We're actually not going to use that because I'm going to write something that's a bit more reusable. So I'm just going to remove those for now so we don't have any unused code. Okay, now what I'm going to do is start defining some types and some functions. So I'm going to say type vote, and this is going to be vote type is equal to upvote, okay, or downvote. Then I'm going to make a function called vote key. And the vote key is going to take in the post ID, which is going to be a string, and the vote type, which will be of type vote type that we just defined. And this is going to return a string. And we're going to return with backticks our vote type. Okay, so vote type and our post ID. So rather than having two functions, we're going to just have one function that can handle doing it for both using the vote type. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to make a generic function that will allow us to toggle an upvote or a downvote. So either creating upvote, deleting upvote, or creating downvote, deleting downvote, okay? You'll see what I mean here, but let's go export function, create toggle vote mutation. Okay, and this is actually going to return a mutation rather than be a mutation. It's going to return a mutation that we'll then use to create 4 separate functions for voting up, voting down, removing the upvote, removing the downvote. Just bear with me, it'll make sense, but it's kind of some more reusable code. So we're going to say vote type is vote type. And then what we're going to do is return a mutation. So if we know the vote type, then we know how to return the mutation. So for the mutation, we are going to say args, or inside of here, args is post ID v.id, because if we want to toggle an upvote or a downvote, we simply need to know what post to do that on. We're then going to have a handler. This will be an async function again. This is going to take in our context and our args, and let me just format this so it's a bit easier to see. Okay, in our handler, we're going to start by getting the current user. So we're going to say const user equals get current user or throw, because we can't vote unless the user is signed in. And then we're going to get the opposite vote type, because the thing is, if we create an upvote, but we have a downvote, then we need to remove the downvote in order to add the upvote, right? So if we're adding an upvote, we need to remove the downvote. If we're adding a downvote, we need to remove the upvote if it exists, so that you can never have both an upvote and a downvote on the same post. So we're going to have opposite vote type, which is of type vote type, is going to be equal to vote type equals upvote question mark, then it's going to be downvote. Otherwise, it's going to be upvote. Okay, so that's going to give us the opposite vote type. I think, did I spell opposite incorrectly or something? What is it saying here? There we go. Okay. Now we're going to check if they already voted. So if they already have an upvote and they're trying to add an upvote, well, we're not going to allow them to do that. Same thing with the downvote. Okay, so we're going to say const existing vote equals await ctx.db.query the vote type. Okay, then we're going to say with index, and we're looking on this particular post. So we're going to say by post, and we're going to say q, and that's going to be q.eq, and we're going to say post ID, and then post ID. And this is going to be from args.postid. Okay, then we're actually going to do a filter here, because now what this will do is give us all of the votes that are on this post, but we want to see if any of them are by this user. So to do that, we can say q, and then q.eq. Okay, we're going to pass here the user ID, and then we're going to look at the user._ID. Okay, then we're going to say .unique. Like this. And what is the issue here? Aha, okay, so we forgot to add our await. So we're just going to add the await up here. And then what is it telling us? It says argument of ID user is not assignable to parameter of type expression or value user ID. Okay, so I think I can fix this by adding the following. I can say q.field, and now that's going to fix it. Okay, so excuse me guys, just needed to add that, and now this is working. So this is going to tell us if we have an existing vote. So if we have an existing vote, then we need to remove it. So we're going to say if existing vote, then we're going to say await ctx.db.delete existing vote._ID, and then await counts.decrement ctx, and then vote key, and then post ID, and then, sorry, if we can spell post ID, and then the vote type. Okay, and this needs to be args.postid. Okay, so what we're saying here is, all right, if we're trying to make an upvote, for example, but we already have an upvote, then what that tells us is that we just want to remove the upvote. Okay, so if we already have that, so whatever type of vote we're trying to make, upvote, downvote, we'll just remove it. So we're going to delete it from the table, and then we are going to remove it from the count. Okay, and then we're going to return. Okay, so that's the case if we have the vote that we're trying to add. We're just toggling it kind of on or off. That's the first situation. The second situation is that we have the vote of the opposite type. So we're trying to make an upvote, but we already have a downvote. If that's the case, we do want to add the upvote, but we also want to remove that previous downvote so we don't have both. So to do that, we're going to say const existing opposite vote is equal to, and this is going to be the exact same thing, but this time, rather than vote type, this is going to be the opposite vote type. Okay, exact same code, but just opposite vote type. Now, if we have the opposite vote type, so if existing opposite vote type, then we want to do the same thing here, except rather than existing vote, this is going to be existing opposite vote, and rather than vote type, this is going to be the opposite vote type for decrementing the count. But we're not going to return like we did before, because now we're going to add the correct vote. So we're going to say wait, add, or ctx.db.insert the vote type, not the vote key. Okay, let's spell this correctly. And then we're going to pass the post ID, and the user ID will be equal to the user._ID. And this is coming from args. So we're going to say args.postID, and then this needs to be post ID like that. Okay, then we're going to increment the count. So we're going to say await counts.increment ctx vote key post ID, again coming from args, args.postID, and the vote type. Okay, so this function is meant to work for either upvoting or downvoting, so that's why we have it here. So create toggle vote mutation. What we can do now is we can use this function to give us two new functions, one for toggling an upvote and one for toggling a downvote. So we're going to say export const toggle upvote is equal to create toggle vote mutation, and all we have to do is pass the vote type, which is upvote. And then we can say export const toggle downvote is equal to create toggle vote mutation for downvote. Okay, so now we have the ability to upvote or to downvote, but the next thing we need to do is we need to be able to see if the user has upvoted or downvoted on a particular post, so we can display that to them. So we're going to write another function that does a very similar thing, and we're going to say export function create has voted query, and this is going to take in the vote type as well as type vote type. Then we're going to return a query. In the query, we're going to have args, and this is going to be the post ID, same as before, which is going to be v.id, and then post. Then we're going to have our handler, which is going to be, again, that async function with ctx and args. Inside the handler, we're first going to get the current user because we need to know the current user to know if they're voting or not. So we're going to say const user is equal to await get current user. This time, I'm not going to throw an error if we don't have a user because it's fine. If we don't have a user, we'll just say if not user, then return false. Okay, and let's make this a colon. Then we're going to say const vote is equal to await ctx. And actually, we can just copy what we had up here. So let's copy this. Let's copy the whole thing. Okay, and get this here. Oops, why is that not giving us all of it? Okay, 1 second, guys. Go here, copy, and paste. And let's format. For some reason, it's not letting me format, so there must be some issue. It's because I did something here. Okay. Paste this now, and now we can format, and now it's working. Okay, just messing some stuff up there earlier in the code. Anyways, we have await ctx.db.query, and we are simply querying the vote type by the post, looking for a user, and just checking if they voted or not for this particular post. Okay, then we're going to return not vote, which simply converts this into a Boolean. So if the vote exists, it's true. If the vote does not exist, it is false. Now we're going to use this function to create two new functions, one for checking if we've upvoted, one for checking if we've downvoted. So we're going to say export const, and we're going to say has upvoted is equal to create, create has voted, and then we're going to pass upvote. Okay, then we're going to say, let's just do the same thing, has downvoted, and this is going to be downvote. Okay, sweet. Almost done. Last thing we're going to do is just write one function, which is going to give us the sum of the votes. So it's going to count the number of upvotes and the number of downvotes and give us the total. That's what we want. So we're going to say export const get vote counts. This does not need to be generic, so we can just make this a query. In the query, again, we just need the post ID. So we're going to say post ID is equal to v.id and then posts, or just post, sorry. And then we're going to have handler, which is an async function with ctx and what is this? Args. Then we're going to say the upvotes is equal to await counts dot count with the context, and then we're going to use the vote key of post ID, so args dot post ID and upvote, and then we can copy the same thing for downvotes. So let's change this to say downvotes, change this to say downvote, and then we're going to return the following. We're going to say return upvotes, downvotes, and then total, which is equal to the upvotes minus the downvotes. Okay, so now we've written all of the code that we need in this vote file, and the next thing to do is start displaying the ability to vote and to view the votes, which is going to happen in our post card. Okay, so we're going to go to post card here, and we're going to write a new interface. This interface, this time for the vote button, which is going to be, or the vote buttons, sorry, which is going to be a sub component. So we're going to say interface vote buttons props. Okay, and this is going to say post ID because we need the post ID. So we're going to say ID and then post. Then we're going to have the vote counts. The vote counts is going to be the type I just defined. So it's going to say total, which is number, upvotes, which is number, and downvotes, which is number. Okay, or this could be undefined. We then are going to have has up voted. This is going to be Boolean. Okay, so go Boolean or undefined. We're then going to say has downvoted, which will be Boolean, if we can type this correctly, or undefined. Did I spell undefined correctly? Need the or symbol here. Okay, and then we're going to have on upvote. This is going to be a function, which will return void, and on downvote, which will also be a function that will return void. Okay, so that is our vote button props. Now we're going to make the vote button component. So we're going to say const vote buttons like this is equal to a function. Here we need to take in all of our variables. So vote counts, the post ID, has upvoted, has downvoted, on upvote, and on downvote. And actually, I don't think I need the post ID. I'm just going to remove that because I don't think we need that here. Okay, then that is going to be from the vote button props. Let's format. What is the issue here? Okay, I have a colon instead of a semicolon, so let's fix that so we can format. Okay, very good. Now inside of here, we're just going to write a simple component that displays the votes and calls the appropriate functions. So we're going to say return div class name is equal to post dash votes. We're going to have a span. This is going to say class name equal to vote dash count. It's going to have the upvote count as well as another class name, and we're going to display the upvote count. So we're going to say vote counts question mark dot upvotes question mark or 0. Okay, then we're going to have a button. This button will allow us to make an upvote. So we're going to say class name is equal to, and then this is going to be in backticks. Okay, and we're going to say this is vote dash button, and then we're going to say if we have upvoted, then we're going to add the voted class, which will make this highlight in orange. Otherwise, we're going to add an empty string. Okay, for the button, this is going to be an icon. It's going to be the TB arrow big up. We're going to say the size is equal to 24. And let's spell size correctly. And that is going to handle our, upvoting. Okay, now let's do the same thing for the downvotes. So we're just going to copy this and paste it. rather than the upvote count, this is going to be the downvote count. Then we're going to change this to say downvotes, and rather than has upvoted, this is going to say has downvoted, like that. And that will handle our upvote and downvote. Now, in between these two, we're going to put the vote count. So we're going to say span class name is equal to, this is going to be vote count, and then total dash count. And then we're going to say the vote count question mark dot total question mark or 0. Okay, now save that and format that. And then we need to add the on-click events for our buttons. Okay, so for our downvote button, we're going to say on-click is equal to on downvote. And then we're going to have one for our upvote. We're going to say on-click is equal to on upvote. Sweet. Again, we can format. And now we have our vote buttons sub component. So now we're going to take the vote buttons and we're going to render that inside of our post card, and we're going to get all of the mutations and functions that we need in order for this to work properly. So let's go to post card, scroll down, and we're going to add our vote component. All right, so actually inside of this component, we're going to start by just getting all of the mutations and queries that we need ready to go. Okay, so where we have delete post and create comments, we're also going to bring in the toggle upvote and toggle downvote. So we're going to say toggle downvote or toggle upvote, sorry, is equal to use notation API dot vote dot toggle upvote. Then we're going to have const toggle downvote, which is equal to use mutation API dot vote dot toggle downvote. Okay, then we're going to have the vote count has upvoted and has downvoted. So we're going to say const vote count is equal to use query, and this is going to be api.vote.get vote counts. And then we're going to pass the post ID, which is going to be the post._ID. Okay, now let's do the same thing, but this time for has upvoted and downvoted. So we're going to say has upvoted is equal to use query api.vote.has upvoted. Okay, then we're going to say the post ID is equal to the post._ID. Then we're going to say const has downvoted is equal to use query api.vote.has downvoted. And then this is going to be post ID is post._ID. Okay, so now we have all of that, but what we need to do is we need to wrap the toggle upvote and toggle downvote in functions that we can pass to our component. So we're going to write those down here. We're going to say const on upvote is equal to this, where we're just going to call the toggle upvote, but we just need to call this with the post ID. So we're going to say post._ID like that. And why is this not working? And sorry, actually, it should be like this: post ID post._ID. Okay, good. And then we're going to copy this and change this to on downvote. We're going to say toggle downvote. And now we have those two functions that we can pass to our component. Okay, sweet. So now we're going to write in the vote buttons component. So we'll just do it in between these two divs here at the top. So we'll say vote buttons like this. We're going to pass the vote counts equal to the vote counts that we have. We're going to pass the has upvoted equal to has upvoted. We're going to pass the has downvoted equals to has downvoted. We're going to pass the on upvote, and then this is going to be user question mark, and then this will be on upvote. Otherwise, we're just going to have an empty function, and then we're going to say on downvote user question mark on downvote, otherwise empty function. The reason why I'm doing this is we're not going to allow you to vote unless you're signed in. So if you're not signed in or the user doesn't exist, then we're just not going to do anything if you press on the upvote or the downvote. Okay, so that should be it for voting, fingers crossed. So if we come here, you can see now that we have the voting popping up. We just need to fix the arrow because obviously this one should be pointing down. So, okay, let's fix that quickly. Let's go to votes, which are right here. Rather than TB arrow big up, this will be big down. Okay, and then if we go back, you can see now it's pointing down. Okay, so if I press up, you can see that now we get one upvote, one total vote. If I press down, we get -1 because, well, we have one downvote, and then the downvote pops up here. Sweet. If I'm not signed in, it won't show any of them, but you can see I can upvote and downvote. And if we go maybe to r/programming, you can see the votes update here as well. Okay, sweet. So the votes are now working, and we've done almost everything. The last thing to do is add the ability to search, because obviously we need to be able to search for subreddits and things like posts. So I want to show you how we do that. So moving on, what we're going to do now is build the search bar. So what I'm going to do is make a new component here called searchbar.tsx. I'm actually going to write the logic for this first, and then we'll write the backend in order to enable us to actually perform the search. So we're going to say import use state, if we could type this correctly, from React. Okay. Then we are going to import the FA search from React-icons/FA. Then we are going to import the use location and use navigate from React router DOM, and let's spell use location with the correct capitalization. We will also import API from /convex/generated/API, and we will import use query, which we'll use later when we do the search, from convex/react. Then we're going to import the styles. So we're going to say import /styles/searchbar.css. Okay, we're going to make a quick interface defining what a search result will look like, because we can search for multiple things. And we're going to say _ID is equal to a string. We're going to say type string, title string, and name string. Okay, so on a search result, we'll have some ID of whether that's the subreddit or the post, whatever it is. We'll have some type defining, well, what type of result is this? Is it a subreddit? Is it a post? We'll have the title, and we'll have the name. Okay, then what we're going to do is say const search bar is equal to a component or a function. We're going to say const location is equal to use location. We're going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate. And we're going to check again in here whether we're in a subreddit or whether we are searching for a subreddit. The reason for this is that if we're inside of a subreddit, I'm going to make the search bar search for posts in that subreddit. If we're inside of just the homepage or something, then we'll just be searching for a subreddit. So I'm going to go to the create dropdown, and I'm just going to copy these two lines of code where we have the regular expression, and I'm going to paste those in here. So now I know whether I'm in a subreddit or not. Okay, then I'm going to say const search query set search query is equal to use state, and this is going to be an empty string. I'm then going to say const is active, and let's spell active correctly, and set is active equals use state, and then false, so I know whether or not I should display search results. Okay, then I'm going to say const results, and this is going to be of type search result as an array is equal to an empty array, and here I will perform the search query that I need to do. Okay, now right now I'm not going to do that because we don't have the queries written yet, but we will perform the search queries here. Okay, now I'm going to write a few functions. I'm going to say handle, and this is going to be focus is equal to this, and we're going to say set is active to true if we are currently focused in the search bar. Then I'm going to say const handle blur. Okay, you'll see why we need this in a second. And I'm going to make this function. I'm going to say set timeout, and this is going to say set is active false, and then 200, essentially to give us like a little bit of a fade when we blur out from the search bar. Then we're going to have a const handle search. This is going to take in E, which will be a react.change event, and this is going to be on an HTML input element. Okay, then we're going to say set search query to be e dot target dot value. Okay, and then we're going to handle what happens if we click on a result. So we're going to say const handle result is equal to result, and this will be a search result. Okay, we're going to say if the result.type is equal to a post, then we want to redirect them to that post page. So we're going to say navigate with backticks. This is going to be /post / and then we're going to have the result._id. Otherwise, we are going to navigate to /r/ and this needs to be in backticks as well, actually. So let's rewrite that. /r/ if we can get this typed correctly, /r and then $, and then result dot, and this will be the name of the subreddit. Okay, then we're going to say set is active to false and set the search query to an empty string. Okay, next we're going to write one last function, and then we'll write the JSX. We're going to say const get icon, okay, for type. Now I'm just going to quickly copy this in so that I don't need to search for the icons. You guys can find this from the GitHub down below, or if you're on Windows, you can use, for example, the Windows, and I believe it's period or comma in order to get these emojis. What I'm doing is I'm just trying to get a few emojis that I can display as a prefix if we're on a community or we're on a post, or if the type of the search result, sorry, is community or post, so that we can kind of see the difference and distinguish between them. Okay, so now we're going to write our JSX for the search bar. So we're going to say return div. This div is going to have a class name equal to the search wrapper. Okay, and this will be search dash wrapper. And what's going to happen in the search bar is we're going to, of course, show the search bar at the top of the screen in the header, but we're also going to show search results below it if it's active. Okay, so we're going to say div class name is equal to, this is going to be the search container. Inside of here, we're going to have an FA search icon. Okay, and what the heck am I doing here? Let's make this class name equal to search dash icon. Then I'm going to have an input. For the input, we're going to have type is equal to text. This is going to be the actual search bar itself. We're going to have class name is search dash input. We're going to have a placeholder. So let me format this quickly. Placeholder, which is going to be equal to search. And then this actually is going to be based on what we're inside of. So sorry, this is going to be dynamic. The placeholder, we're going to check if we're currently in a subreddit. If we're currently in a subreddit, then we're going to say search r/ and then the name of the current subreddit. Otherwise, we're going to say search for community. Okay, so that's going to be our placeholder. Then we're going to have value equal to the search query. We're going to have onChange equal to the handle search. We're going to have onFocus equal to handle focus. Okay, and we're going to have onBlur equal to the handle blur. Okay, so that is our input. Then we're going to have beneath this current subreddit, and we're going to display div, and this is going to say, let's close the div first, class name is equal to search scope, and then we're going to have a span, and in the span we're going to say in r/, and then this is going to be the current subreddit. Okay, so there we go. We have our current subreddit. Now this is going to be like kind of to the right of the search bar. So we're going to have the input, and then this is going to be saying, hey, we're searching in r/current subreddit. Okay, so this will display the search bar itself, but now what I want to do is display the search results. So we're going to go in between these two divs here, and we're going to make a new portion for displaying the actual results. So we're going to say, okay, if the search bar is active, which means we've clicked inside of it, then we're going to display the following. So we're going to have a div. The class name is going to be equal to, what do we want to do here? We're going to say search dash results. Then inside of here, we're going to start by checking if the search query is empty or not. So we're going to say, okay, search query is equal to an empty string. If it is, then we're going to display the empty state of our search bar. So we're going to have class name is equal to, and then this is going to be empty state like that. And we're going to have a paragraph tag that says try searching for posts or communities. Okay. Now, if it's not empty, then what we're going to do is display the various results that we have. So we're going to say results and results dot length greater than 0 question mark. Then we're going to display an unordered list. Otherwise, we're going to display a div. I know this is really confusing. Just wait until I format this. It'll be easier to read. And then I'm going to say class name. And then I'm going to say class name is equal to empty state again. And I'm going to say in a paragraph tag, no results found. So what I'm going to do is just fix this with some parentheses. So I'm going to add the parentheses here. So if the search query is empty, we want to display this div. Otherwise, we're going to have these results. And then if we have these results, we want to display this. Otherwise, we're going to display this. That should be working, but I must have made a mistake somewhere earlier in my program. So let me look for where that is and try to fix that. Okay, so actually that fixed it when I added the parentheses. So now hopefully it's a little bit easier to read. But what we're going to do is we're going to map the results in this unordered list. So we're going to have UL class name is equal to the results dash list. And then inside of here, we're going to say results dot map. We're going to take our result and we are going to return a list element. Okay, for our list element, we're going to have a key. This key is going to be equal to the result dot underscore ID. Then we're going to have the class name, which will be equal to the result dash item. And we're going to have the on click equal to the function that calls handle. And then this is going to be result click. Did I write that function yet? I have a feeling I didn't write that, or I called it something wrong. So let's go here, handle result click. That's what I want to call this. So let's fix that name. Okay, then handle result click with this result. Okay, let's format again so we can read it. So we have a list element, and then inside of the list element, we want to display kind of some nice styling for our element. Okay, so we're going to say span. For the span, we're going to say class name is equal to the result icon. We're going to get the icon type. So we're going to say get icon for type, and we're going to pass the results.type. Then we're going to do another div actually. For the div, this is going to be class name equal to result dash container. Then we're going to have a span. For the span, we're going to have class name is equal to result dash title. And then we're going to display the result dot title. Okay, let's format that. And I think that should be it for our search bar. We'll just export this. So we'll say export default and then search bar like that. And now we just need to render the search bar in our nav bar, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so we're going to go to the nav bar. For the nav bar, we need to start by importing the search bar. So we're going to say import search bar from /search bar. And then where we have this div that says search bar, we're just going to replace this with the search bar element. Okay. So obviously it's not going to work yet, but we should be able to at least see it. So you can see now that we have the search bar popping up. It says search in r/programming. When I click on it, it shows up. If I click out of it, it closes and it shows where I'm searching. Now, if I go back to the home page, notice it changes and says search for a community because I'm no longer inside of that community. If we go back to our user, go here, you can see that it changes, okay? So now we want to make this work by actually searching through values. All right, so in order to perform a search, we're going to have to go back to our backend for Convex. We're going to go to schema, and we're going to add a search index to the tables that we want to be able to search on. So for subreddit, we want to be able to search our subreddits. So to do that, we can add search index. And the reason this will work is because Convex supports full text search. So it allows us to just use some built-in functions to actually search through this content as efficiently as possible. So we're just going to say, well, we're going to search based on the body here for the subreddit, and we're going to go here and say search field is name. Okay, so if you want to do the index, you just give the index a name, which is called the search body, and then the search field is name, which means we're just going to search based on the name for this subreddit. Now, while we're here, we're going to add a search index to the post as well. So for our post, it's going to look a little bit different, but we're going to say search index, and the name of it is search body. Okay, this is how you use that full text search. Then we are going to have our value. So we're going to say search field is going to be the subject. Okay, so I want to search based on the title of the post. And then I'm going to add a filter field, and the filter field is going to be subreddit. Now I need the filter field if I want to further filter down the results. So this way I'm searching for posts, but I'm only going to search for posts that are in a particular subreddit based on how I implement the search later. Okay, so that's how the search index works. And you can also have other indexes attached to this. Okay, so now that we have that, let's close a bunch of this stuff. Okay, we got a bunch of files open. Let's just close all of these, and let's go into the subreddit.ts, and I'm going to write a new query that allows us to search. Okay, so to search, we can just go export const search is equal to query. Then we can take in our args. So we can say args, and for our arguments, we're going to have the query, which will be a v.string. Then we're going to have our handler function, which will be async, ctx, and args. Okay, then we can write our handler function. So we can say if we don't have a query, and also we should actually call this query string because we don't want it to get messed up with everything else that we have. So we should say if not args.query string, then what we're going to do is return an empty array. Okay, otherwise we're going to say const subreddits is equal to await ctx.db.query, and we're going to query the subreddit, but this time we're going to use the with search index so we can perform the full text search. This is going to be search body, and then we're going to say q, okay, and then q dot search, and we're going to search based on the name being equal to the args dot query string. Okay, let's format that so we can read. So we're saying, all right, we're going to query the subreddit. We're going to use the search index. This time, rather than looking if something's equal to, we're going to use this search function, which allows us to search and see if this query string applies to this name. Then we can do dot take. So I'm going to go dot take 10, which means I'm going to take a maximum of 10 results from this and then return that. Okay, so I'm going to say return, and then subreddit dot map, and then sub. And then what we're going to do is return the following. We're going to say return ... sub. We're just going to append to this the type, which is the community, and the title, which will be the sub.name. Okay, so I'm just making this in a format that our search bar is going to be able to understand. So now we have this search query. We find all of the subreddits using this search index where the query string matches with the name. We take the top 10 results, and then we return those. Okay, so let's use this now, and then we'll implement the search for our posts. Okay, so let's go to the search bar. In the search bar, we need to use this query. So we're going to perform the search query here. Now, the thing is, we're going to have two potential queries. So we're going to say if not current subreddit, then that means that we want to search in the subreddit. So we're going to say results is equal to use query, and the use query is going to be api.subreddit.search, and we're going to pass as arguments the query, or sorry, we don't need to do args. We could just do query string equal to our query. Now, just to ensure that this is going to work, we're just going to return this as a search result, and now we shouldn't get any errors, although for some reason query string is giving us some problem here. So let me see what the issue is. It's because we have query here when this needs to be the search query. Okay, we just had the wrong value. That's why it was giving us the wrong result. Now, what is this saying? It's because we need to change this to be a let, not a const. So now it will perform the query, and anytime we make a change to the search query, this will automatically rerun for us. So that'll be good, and that'll automatically search for the subreddit. So let's try this now. So let's go to the home page, And okay, we got some issue here. Okay, refresh, looks like we're good to go. Let's search for example, programming, and you see that it pops up. Takes a second, but it does appear. Let's search for Dubai. Okay, nothing pops up because we don't have one. Search for programming again, boom, it appears. Now, if we just want to make sure that this is working, let's make another one called proper people or something. Okay, just create a community. Now, if I search, you can see that this one pops up as well. However, when I click into it, we're getting some kind of issue here. So let me see what that problem is, and then I will be right back. So actually the error is occurring here because we have this conditional hook that's being called. It's going to be fixed in 1 second once we add the search for the post page, or for the post, sorry. So this won't be an issue, but that's what we're running into. Essentially, we're getting a problem because sometimes this hook is being called, sometimes it's not being called. But since we're going to be calling another hook in just 1 second, it will fix that problem for us. So we're kind of good to continue, and we're just going to write the search now for our posts, and then you'll see that the search bar will continue to work. Okay, so we're going to go to our post page here. Now we've added the search index, and what we want to do is search for posts inside of a particular subreddit. So we're going to go export const search is equal to a query. We're going to say args, and this time we're going to need the query string. Okay, so query str is v.string, and we're going to need the subreddit, which is going to be v.string as well. Okay, then we're going to have our handler, which is going to be async, ctx, and args. And then in the handler, the first thing we're going to make sure is that we have a query string. So we're going to say if not args dot query string, then return the empty list. Okay, then we're going to say const, and we're going to look for the subreddit object. So we're going to say const subreddit object is equal to await ctx.db.query the subreddit dot filter, and then we're going to say q.eq, and this is going to be q.field of name equal to the args dot subreddit, and then we're going to say dot unique, okay, to grab the unique subreddit that we want to search for posts inside of. Then we're going to say if we do not have a subreddit object, then we're just going to return an empty list here, okay? Otherwise, we're going to go here and we're going to grab all of the posts that are inside of this subreddit. So we're going to say const posts is equal to await ctx.db.query. We're going to query the post with the search index. This is going to be the search body. We're going to say q, and this is going to be the following, q.search, okay? And then we're going to search on the subject and see if it matches with the args.query string. Okay, now after we perform the search, we are also going to do another check here. We're going to say equals subreddit, and then subreddit object dot underscore ID. The reason why we're doing this is that we want to look for all of the posts that match this subject, but they also need to have the same subreddit or be in the same subreddit that we're searching, okay? Then we are going to go with dot take 10. So same thing, we're going to take the top 10 results here, and we are going to return them. Okay, so let's return them here. So to return, we're going to say posts.map, and then we are going to say post. And similar to what we did before, we're just going to return kind of a slightly modified object. So we're going to say underscore ID is post.underscore ID. We're going to say the title is the post.subject. We're going to say the type is the post, and the name is going to be the subreddit object dot name. Okay. So that now is going to return all of the posts for us. That's our search query. So now we can use that from the search bar. So here we can say results is equal to use query, and we can say API dot post dot search. Then we need to pass the query string, which will be our search query, and the subreddit, which will be the current subreddit. And then we can again say this is as search result. And now everything should be good. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's just refresh quickly. Okay, let's search for community. Let's search for programming. And now we can click into it and notice it works. Now within programming, I can search for a post. So I can search something like test, and you can see it pops up here. And I can search for something like check out this cool thumbnail, and then I can click into that post and view it. Sweet. So we are very close to done, but now what we want to do is make it so that when we're on this home page, we actually view kind of some of the trending posts. So I'm going to write a simple feed component here that will just display some of the top posts from the past 24 hours based on their upvotes, and then we will be done. All right, so we're going to go into our backend and we're going to write a new file called feed, or actually called leaderboard.ts. Okay, now in the leaderboard, we're just going to grab the top posts based on their upvote count, or based on their total vote count, I guess. Take the upvotes minus the downvotes in the past 24 hours. So I'm going to import query from /_generated/server. Then I'm going to import v from Convex / if we can type this correctly, values. Then I'm going to import my counts. So I'm going to say import counts from /counter, and actually from our vote, we're going to export this function vote key, and we're going to import this because we're going to need this. So we're going to say import the vote key from /vote. Okay, now we're going to write a query. So we're going to say const, and then get top posts, which is going to be equal to a query. This query is going to have some arguments. This is going to be a limit. Okay, so we're going to say limit, and this is going to be v.optional v.number, so we can specify the maximum number of posts that we want to retrieve. Then we're going to have our handler. Okay, same thing, async function, ctx, and args. Then here, we're going to say const limit is equal to args.limit, or 10. So if they don't pass a limit, we'll just make it 10. And we're going to get all of the posts that were made in the last 24 hours and then filter them based on their upvote, downvote count. So we're going to say const now is equal to new date. We're going to say const 1 day ago is equal to new date. And then this is going to be now dot get time, and then minus 1000 times 60 times 60 times 24. Then we're going to say const post, so let's type this correctly, is equal to await ctx.db.query. We're going to query the post table. We're going to say with index by creation _ time. We're going to say dot filter, and then this is going to be q, and then q dot greater than. So we're going to use GT this time. And actually, let's make sure we fix our parentheses here. Okay, so bring this back, dot filter, q dot GT, and then q dot field. And then this is going to be _ creation time, which is automatically added by Convex. And then we're going to be comparing that field to 1 day ago dot get time. Okay, so what this is going to do is it's going to grab all of the posts using the by creation time index, which is automatically added. We don't need to add it ourselves. And we are filtering by the creation time being at least or being less than 1 day ago. Okay, then we're going to collect these. So we'll collect all of those results, and then we can look at the posts and grab the top ones that we want to return. So we're going to say const post with scores is equal to await promise.all, and we're going to look at all of these posts and figure out how many upvotes and downvotes they have. So we're going to say posts.map. This is going to be an async function. Okay, this is going to take in the post, and inside this function, we're going to count the upvotes and the downvotes. We're going to say const upvotes is equal to await counts.count, and then ctx. Okay, and then this is going to be the vote key. And for the vote key, we need to pass the post ID. So it's going to be the post._ID. And this is going to be upvote. Okay, so we're going to pass that. For the downvote, it's going to be the same thing. So let's copy this and, oops, that's not what I meant to copy. And let's make this downvote. Okay, then we need to get the author. So we're going to say const author is equal to await ctx.db.get post.author_id. Then I'm going to get the subreddit. So I'm going to say await ctx.db.get and then post.subreddit. Okay. Then I'm going to return my post. So I'm going to say ..post, and then the score is going to be upvotes minus downvotes. This should be downvotes. Okay. Then we're going to have the upvotes. Okay. And the downvotes and the author, which is going to be username author question mark dot username question mark, or we'll show it deleted. And then we're going to have subreddit. Okay. And this is going to be name subreddit question mark dot name. Otherwise it will be deleted. Okay. Now this is going to give us all of the posts with their score. So the sum, or I guess, the difference of the upvotes and the downvotes. And then once we have that, we need to take the top 10. So here I'm going to say return post with scores dot sort. Okay, and we're going to sort them by their scores. So we're going to take A, B, and then this is going to be B.score minus A.score. So we sort in ascending order. And then we're going to slice from 0 to whatever limit we have and return that many posts. Okay, there we go. That is the leaderboard code. Okay, so I think that's good to go. And now what we're going to do is use this from a new component called feed. So we're going to go to components. We're going to make a new component called feed.tsx, and we're going to use that to display it. We are almost done in the home stretch here. So we're going to import the use query from Convex React. We're going to import the API from // convex, okay, /generated/API. We're going to import the post card because we're going to need to display the posts here, and we're going to import our style, so /styles/feed.css. Okay, now we're going to write our function, so let's go export function feed. Okay, we're going to get the top posts, so we're going to say const top posts is equal to use query, and this is going to be api.leaderboard.get top posts. We're going to pass a limit of 10. Okay, then we're going to say if not top posts, then we will simply return some div with the class name equal to content grid, and we'll just say loading ... Okay, and then otherwise we are going to return the feed. Okay, so we're going to have class name content grid. We're going to have another div. Okay, let's try this again. Another div. Why is this messing up? Okay, div, there we go. For this div, we're going to have a class name which is equal to the feed container. Let's just format this now. Inside of the feed container, we're going to have a h2. This h2 is going to have a class name equal to section title. This is going to say trending today. And then we're going to have another div. Class name will be equal to the posts list. And then we're going to have the top posts dot map. And we're going to have our post and render our post cards. Okay, so for our post card, we're going to say key is equal to post dot underscore ID. And then post is equal to, of course, the post, and then show subreddit equal to true. Okay, now why is this giving us an issue here? We're probably just off with some of the braces or something. Let's try to fix this. Top post dot map. That's why. We need to directly be returning something, so we'll remove the interior braces, and now we are good to go. Okay, so we are so close to finish. We have the feed completed, and we just need to render it now from our homepage. So from our homepage, we're just going to say import feed from feed, and then we're going to render inside of the div the feed component. And for our div, we're going to have class name equal to content dash container. That is it. I'm going to save and format. And now we're going to go back and test this out. And you can see that we have a trending today category popping up. And you'll see actually, if I move this down and I move this up, that it will actually automatically adjust for us because it will run the query again whenever any of this changes. So you can see how real time this is. Like as the upvotes and downvotes change, this will actually be in real time updating, which is quite cool. And with that said, guys, that is going to wrap up this project. Now that was a lot of code, one of the longest videos I've made in a while, so I am pretty exhausted, but you can see that using Convex obviously made this significantly easier. Most of the code we did have to write was the front-end code. There was a lot of styling. I wanted to make this look good so you guys had a good project that you could extend and really had a solid base on. And yeah, as always, if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel. All of the code will be available from the link in the description. I look forward to seeing you in another one.